Welcome in and step inside. The facts will hit hard here, yeah, they cannot hide. From courtroom heat to drama spills, Trisha breaks it down to facts with the skills. Crazy stories, even messy tea, yeah, she covers it all. No fear here, step inside to come along for this ride. Grab your saber, take your seat. The journey begins after this beat. Welcome to Trisha Talks, where the facts are on fire. Real talks on panel, we'll take it higher. Pick your lightsaber, any color will do. Let it spark to guide you through. We're diving through the chaos and lighting up the dark. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Buckle up and come aboard. The journey here can be yours. In this galaxy glow, Trisha gives facts to stories untold. Trisha Talks is here to unfold the lies that get told. Are you brave enough to be that bold? It's time to start the show. The journey begins into the unknown. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Welcome to Trisha Talks.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm here now. Good to see Empress, Raid Sprayer, and Silly Goose. Let's get started. I've got it on vertical and horizontal. We're just on YouTube, we're not on Kick, just in case. So, but we're here to just hang out and listen. I've got it ready. You can hear, yeah, I had it muted, I think. There's always one time. It's going to be one day I won't have myself muted, isn't it? On StreamYard size. So where are we at? Make sure I don't close the video down. Here we go. Yeah, I was trying to get cool. I had my head in the fridge with my neck, not literally the fridge, well, sort of. I had my neck fan on and I was going to get a cool drink at the fridge and the neck fan just blew this cold air back at me. And I was like, oh, I just stood there for a few minutes with the neck fan on, blowing the air in and back out of the fridge freezer. That's wild, isn't it? That was so cool. Oh. I was like, I need to get moving because time's ticking and I'm late.
So, Council, we're ready for
Oh,
the
it
jury?
was so nice for a minute.
Yes.
Okay.
A minute, it was nice. Oh. Yeah, the neck fan was doing nothing but blowing warm air around. Let's skip ahead a bit.
All right.
Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth within for the Commonwealth. Draw session.
Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer.
I'm gonna skip this bit.
Everybody was able to follow my instructions. Then I'm going to go over today's schedule and maybe discuss a little bit about the week's schedule, so you kind of have an idea where we're going with this. So the first, let me ask those questions. Excuse me. The first question: has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard anything about this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror in this case? The next question: is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? All right, again, thank you for following those instructions. Now, the schedule that we're going to follow today is we're going to continue with the case with the Commonwealth's witness who was on the stand Monday. And then we're going to take today be a little bit, might be broken up a little bit. There may be a couple of breaks that we have to take during the course of that, but we'll try and keep those to a minimum. But we'll take a break at 1 o'clock. and then we'll come back this afternoon, and we'll probably go to sometime between 3 and 4. All right. Hopefully, I think tomorrow will be pretty much the same schedule. Tomorrow's Thursday. And then Friday, we are planning to go on that view. All right. And as a judge, I can control a lot of things, but I can't control the weather. All right. And so we've checked.
So Friday's the house view. Wow.
It looks like the weather should be fine in regards to do this, but we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. But that's just in case I forget about that. That's what we're going to do. So on Friday, you may want to make sure you have a jacket with your comfortable shoes, but we'll go into that a little bit more. So that's the schedule that we anticipate for the rest of the week. So on Friday, we do the view, we'll come back, usually generally do that in the morning, and then we'll come back and we'll probably go to, again, probably around 3 or 4 if we can. All right. And then on Friday, I'll discuss with you the next week's schedule and kind of where we are in the timeline of this case. All right. So I'll try and keep you up to date as best I can in regards to the case. But like I said, there may be some unanticipated breaks here and there that we're going to have to take. So with that, we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's case. The Commonwealth had a witness on the stand at that time. I'm going to ask Ms. Sprague if you could recall that witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We recall Patrick Clancy.
I want you to watch your steps.
Please raise your right hand. Is all concerned with the testimony that you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Thank you. You may have a seat.
All right. Good morning, sir. All right. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So on Monday, I had asked you some questions about the Surface Pro that you and the defendant had in your home and had access to, and about whether you had looked at a site on suicide methods on August 22nd. If I could ask you, did you look at a site for suicide methods on August 23rd, 2022?
I don't believe so.
And I had also asked you on Monday about when you were leaving the home on the night of January 24th, 2023, your observations of Lindsay
Yes.
and the children. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had testified that you observed
So if you're just coming in now, Friday is field trip day. So I will make sure I put that in the title.
Dawson on the couch eating, I believe you said chicken nuggets and green beans. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you're facing the couch, where he was on the couch?
Hey, Jennifer.
If I were facing the couch, he would be to the right.
To the right, okay. And showing you a photograph of the living room where there are some bowls on
Hey,
the
beautiful.
couch. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the couch looked that night?
Wow,
Yeah.
16 months. Look at that.
We could have this photo marked as the next exhibit.
All right. Any objection? That may be admitted.
Thank you so much, Jennifer Lynn, for being with us for 16 months. That does fly. Jeez. Cheese and rice, cheese and rice.
Now, as you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, just other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Oh, Jennifer, that's
Yeah, I don't
awesome.
think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember.
I could show you page 77, lines 23 and 24, if you could just read those to yourself.
15th of March, 2025.
Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry, so that refresh your memory and
Yep.
ask her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
I have to check whether you got an OG badge on Kick. You need to be an OG, don't you? You are an OG.
Your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
And do you remember the route that you took to get there?
Yeah, I went out our driveway, took a right on Winter Street, and then took a left on the main road and went to CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
Get the map. Just going to have you look at the screen, if you would, to a map.
OG. Are you an OG?
And
No.
coming into this red dot here, is that the approximate location of your home at 47 Summer Street?
Yeah.
And then looking at this pink dot here next to Big Y, is that where the CVS is located?
Yes.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
And when you got to CVS, did you go inside?
Yes.
Okay. And what section did you go to in CVS?
I think it was pediatrics.
If we could pull up the CVS video. I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're an OG now?
And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves are pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
It was just, I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
Oh, I thought you
Yes.
was an OG there.
She entered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't
Will I do?
at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
We'll
It was
have to
very
wait till
brief.
we're live
I
and
just
do
said,
it.
I think there was a generic brand, and I said, "Is this one okay?" And she said, "Yeah, that's fine."
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty
Yeah,
quiet.
this is the
It sounded
prosecution.
like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
And did you, in fact, purchase some Pedialax
Okay,
at
love.
CVS?
Yes.
Did you purchase anything else while you were there?
Bought a pack of Skittles.
Just showing you a receipt here from CVS. Does this appear to be an accurate description of what was purchased?
Yeah.
We could have the CVS receipt marked as the next exhibit, please.
All right. That may be admitted.
26. And then if we could have the original CVS video marked as an exhibit and the CVS timeline, a condensed version marked as the following exhibit.
Be 27 and 28.
We have the original marked as 27. And the timeline is 28, please. It's 26, 27, and 28 tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
After you had made your purchases at CVS, where did you go next?
To 3V.
And do you remember the route you took to get there?
Yeah, I think I got on Route 3 South for I think just one exit. And then I got off and went straight to 3V.
And showing you the map again here on the screen. This green dot here on the bottom, is that where 3V restaurant is located?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit a copy, a digital copy of the map. We have it on the computer. I can make a hard copy.
All right, that may be admitted.
We can use empty case as a marker. Is it 29?
All right, thank you.
We could pull up the 3V video, please. Now, sir, how long approximately did it take you to get from CVS to 3V?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And when you got to the 3V restaurant, did you go inside?
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you to watch the video on the screen.
6 to 8 weeks. 6 to 8 weeks.
At
You sound with blue.
5:54, 15 p.m. Is that you coming in behind that other couple there?
Yeah.
And what are you doing at that point when you're looking at the bags?
I think I was looking for the bag with my name on it.
Quite a chunk of time. I mean, it could wrap up quicker. Several weeks times 2. Yeah, I mean, that's what they've scheduled in, and it could be quicker. It might. They said it could go to 8 weeks, so I don't know.
Do you recall what you're doing on your phone at that time?
I don't. It could be work related. It could be anything.
And the order that was listed under your name and phone number, correct?
I think Lindsay ordered it.
Right, but do you recall whose name it was under when you picked it up?
I don't recall specifically, but it could have been mine.
Show you a receipt here from 3D Restaurant for Mediterranean Powerball and scallop and pork belly risotto. You could just look at the name and the number on the receipt.
Yeah, that's my name and my number.
So that's your phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. So although the defendant called in the order, your name and phone number were given and were given accurately, is that correct?
Correct.
If we could have the 3V video marked as the next exhibit.
Sure. That may be admitted. Yeah. Could I see counsel just very briefly?
Do you think we're going to get to the 911 call today? So the prosecution surmises that she purposely had Patrick pick a CVS that was out of the way. Guess so. She calculated the distance for the takeaway as well. Which, like, why would you do that? Like, unless you're on time constraint.
I think I have the receipt marked as the next exhibit.
All right. And subject to the court's order, that may be admitted.
Sir, after picking up the order at 3V, where did you go next?
Home.
And do you recall the route you took home?
Probably the same route, one exit on the highway, and then went home.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how long it took you to get home?
I would guess 10 to 12 minutes.
When you arrived home, where did you park?
In the driveway.
What type of car did you drive then?
A Chevy Silverado.
And was that a white pickup truck?
Yeah.
What kind of car did Lindsay drive then?
It was a Kia SUV.
And once you parked there, were both vehicles now in the driveway?
Yeah.
What does he do for work? I didn't catch it at first. I know he worked from home.
I'm going to show you a series of
I'm gonna have to
photographs
look
of
it
the
up.
exterior of your home. You could just look through them and tell me if they accurately reflect how your home looked on January 24th, 2023.
Yeah, these are accurate.
You could have these photographs of the exterior of the home, front and back, marked sequentially as the next exhibits.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
So he works in tech. Joined Microsoft in 2020. There you go, Jennifer Newlock. I missed that earlier on. The other day, what they said.
Sir, showing you what's been marked as exhibit 32. Is this the front of your house with the main door?
Yes.
And then showing you what's been marked as exhibit 33. Where is this in relation to that main front door?
It's to the right.
And here where the light is that a secondary entrance at the front of the house?
Yes.
And for the record, that's to the left of the garage.
Yeah.
Showing you exhibit 34. Can you tell us what portion of the house this is?
It's to the left of the front door.
So if I'm facing the front door, it's to the left. There's a fence there, is that correct? And exhibit 35, is that more of that same fence on the left?
Yes.
And then showing you exhibit 36, is this looking at your backyard from that left side area where the fence is?
Yeah.
And then exhibit 37, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is the back of the house and the window where Lindsay jumped out.
And exhibit 38, is that a more direct view of that back of the house?
Yeah.
And so the window you referenced about Lindsay, is it this upper right top window?
Yeah.
And what is behind that window?
Our bedroom.
And the window to the left there in the middle, what room is that window in?
That's the upstairs bathroom.
And then the top window on the far left, what room is that for?
That was Dawson's bedroom.
Dawson's. And then
Hi,
directly
Viv.
below the top right window, so the bottom far right window, what room is that window for?
The living room.
And then again, the middle window on the bottom level.
Downstairs bathroom.
And then that window on the far left there, is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the far left of the photo where the sliding glass doors are, where does that lead into?
There's like a room off of the kitchen where there's a kitchen table.
When you got home and you parked your truck, how did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah.
Where did you place those?
On the kitchen island.
Hey, wishful thinking. It's the Lindsay
Show
Clancy
you a
trial.
couple photos of that area where you came in. Just tell us if it accurately represents how that area looked on January 24th, please.
Yeah, that's accurate.
You could have these two photos marked as the next exhibit, please.
It may be a minute.
Exhibits 39 and 40. So we're showing you what's been marked as exhibit 39. Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this photograph?
They're to the left of the kitchen table.
So we have here the kitchen table, and kind of in the center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so these are the sliding
Very
glass
sad,
doors?
yeah.
Yeah.
And where's the door that you
Hey,
came
happy mama.
through?
Mima.
To the right after the kitchen table.
Right here, next to the curtain?
Yeah.
And the door, when you're looking at the photo straight ahead, this door to the left of the mirror or the photo there, where does that lead?
The garage.
And then showing you exhibit 40. Is that where you place the bags on the island in the kitchen?
Yeah.
When you came into the house and you were taking off your boots and putting things down, was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house is really quiet.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out
And who did you call out to?
everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No.
After you called out and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I couldn't see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you called down to the basement, when you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah,
And there was no response?
correct.
And showing you a photo here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway down to the basement level?
Yeah.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 41. Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay, was that a phone call?
Yeah.
And was that at approximately 6:09 p.m.?
Yeah.
And did she answer?
No.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check
I'm
upstairs?
my dad's slave.
First, the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they taped to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and I started unlocking the knob.
And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window is open.
And showing you here a photo, is this the bed in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, the way the bed is in this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall. and
Imagine the
slightly
people that have
askew
bought
or
that
an
house
angle.
now.
Is that the way it was typically?
No.
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
Could have this photo marked as the next
It may be admitted.
Exhibit 42. And you said you saw the window, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was it open?
Yeah, there was wind blowing in.
Showing you a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
Yeah.
Mark this the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 43. Did you walk into the room and over to the window?
No.
How far into the room did you get?
Probably 1 or 2 steps, and then I immediately turned around and went outside.
And the blood that you saw, where was that located in the room?
It was everywhere. It was, it looked like it was sprayed almost with like a hose, and there was a huge puddle in the middle
No
of the
worries,
room,
Empress.
and it was sprayed all over pretty much every surface. I remember it was on the doorknob.
Okay. Showing you 3 photos. Do you recognize what's depicted there? And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the room looked on January 24th, 2023?
Yeah.
We could have these sort of 3 photos marked as the next 3 exhibits.
It may be admitted.
So they're showing you what's been marked exhibit 44. Is this the entrance to the room, looking into the room?
Yeah.
And then exhibit 45, is this mirror to the right of that bureau we were just looking at?
Yep.
And this area right here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in exhibit 46, is that getting closer to the window?
Yeah.
And is that more of the blood that you were talking about?
BCTV.
Yeah.
Going back to exhibit 42. There's no blood on the walls or on the bedding, correct?
On those walls and the bedding, correct.
Sir, were you aware that the defendant's phone was found on the bed in the bedroom that night?
Yeah.
I've already posted that once, BCTV. We don't need to do it twice, though. Oh, you're on
They're showing you this phone with this
vertical.
light brown case. Do you recognize
apologize.
this?
Yes.
Whose phone is
I
it?
apologize.
That was Lindsay's phone.
And is this the phone that she
it's so
was
hot.
consistently using between September of 2022 and, well, actually August of 2022 throughout the fall and into January of 2023?
Yeah.
We have this marked as the next activity.
That may be admitted.
47. Sir, after making those observations in the bedroom, what did you do next?
I ran downstairs and went outside.
And do you recall whether you came around, whether you went out the front door or the back door?
I went out the back door.
So that would be the sliders, is that right?
Yeah.
And where did you go from there?
I just looked around in the backyard.
Thank you, BCTV. I didn't realize you
below
were
that
going
window,
to
and I saw Lindsay.
And where did you see her?
She was face up in the backyard,
And where in the backyard was she?
at the bottom of the window.
And so, looking at exhibit 38, you said this was the window, correct, the top right?
Correct.
Where was she in relation to that window?
Directly below it.
So down here by the window well?
Yeah.
For the record, I was pointing straight below the bottom right window by the window well. I'll show you a photo of that window you were referring to. Is this the exterior view of that window to your bedroom that night?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as an activity.
That may be admitted.
To the 48. Showing you exhibit 48. So the window's open, correct?
Yes.
And the screen for the window is up, correct?
Yeah.
At any point in time that night or afterwards, did you notice that the screen was cut or broken in any way?
I didn't notice that, no.
And when you saw Lindsay on the ground there under the window, which direction was her body facing?
Her head was closer to the house. Her feet were away from the house.
Okay. And did you go to her?
Yeah.
And did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
And what did you see?
She had deep cuts on her wrists, and she had a red line across her neck. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but she cut her neck.
And do you recall that these wounds weren't actively bleeding at the time?
I later learned that I said that on the 911 call.
And when you observed these wounds, is it correct that the 911 operator asked you or instructed you to apply pressure if needed?
I don't recall the whole call, but I believe that's probably true.
Okay. And you didn't at the time feel the need to apply pressure to any of those wounds, correct?
Correct.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said, I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said, they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started calling out for the neighbors, but eventually it went through.
Okay. So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're on the phone with 911, are they asking you questions and you're responding with information about her condition?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you could just look at the screen here, is this the model of the first floor of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And so we have here the sliding glass doors. Where would the basement door be in this model?
Directly below the stairs.
So now that it's flipped around, is this the door to the basement right here?
Yeah.
For the record, that's the door across from the downstairs bathroom.
Yeah.
And then, how long approximately, and I know you weren't looking at your watch or anything like that, but can you estimate for us how long it took for first responders to arrive?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, are you continuing to try to talk to Lindsay?
Yeah.
Is she responding?
She's in and out of consciousness.
Okay. Was she breathing on her own?
I believe so.
Okay. And you're communicating information to the 911 operators, and are they giving you, advice on how to deal with the situation as it progresses?
Yeah.
Okay. Once emergency personnel arrive, what do you do?
I immediately got up and ran to the basement.
Okay. And do you still have the phone on you? You're still on the 911 call?
Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time, but I did.
Okay. And have you look at this model here on the screen. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the setup of your basement?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can just describe the rooms for us, what the purpose of each room was.
So the room in the back left was my office. The room with the black rubber mat is the gym. And then there's the living room to the right of that. And then the back right is just an area of the living room. And then there's a bathroom next to that.
So when you come down those stairs that night, which direction did you go?
I immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And was she responsive?
No,
And what did you see or do next?
I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Sorry?
He had a band around his neck.
And did you remove that as well?
Yeah,
And do you recall what position he was in?
same as Cora.
And looking at the model here, if you could just tell us, where was Cora?
The left of the couch.
So would that be this area here that I'm pointing to in between the bureau and the couch?
Yeah,
And where was Callan?
to her left.
So would that be more over here towards the chair and the bureau?
Yeah.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And where did you go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch. And then I went to the other side of the basement and he was in my office.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here, where was he located within the office?
Just to the left of the door when you went in.
Just in this area here, right inside the door?
Yeah.
So we may approach briefly.
Yeah, please.
I know, right? Beautiful disaster. Hey, my dad's phone switched over.
Now, after finding Dawson and taking off the band, what happened next?
I think I was back and forth. I think I went to try to help Cora.
Did you try to give her CPR?
Yeah.
At some point in time, do the first responders make their way down to the basement?
Yeah.
And do they take over care of the children?
Yeah.
Where do you go?
They sent me
Good
upstairs.
morning, Lisa.
And
Good afternoon. Good morning.
at this point, Your Honor, I'd move to submit the 911 call as the next exhibit.
Oh,
may
this
be
is going to be bad.
Allowed pursuant to the earlier order.
Are they going to play it or not? I hope not. Is he trying to get some of it kept out? Hmm.
Cora, Dawson, and Callan removed from the home and taken to a hospital.
Yeah.
Was that Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth?
Yeah.
Did you also go to that location?
Yeah.
And at the hospital, were you able to see your children?
Yeah.
And was Callan then transported to Children's Hospital?
Yeah.
Did anyone ever tell you not to leave your kids alone with Lindsay?
No.
In January of 2023, did Lindsay ever tell you that she wanted to harm your children?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was going to kill your children?
No.
Did you receive, a few days after this happened, did you receive a phone call from the defendant while she was at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
I think it was like a week or so after, yeah.
And what did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
Oh, good.
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't
Not
know what
directly.
psychosis was until after this happened.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Well, he's not really testifying against her, is he? He's backing her. He's having to relive it all, though.
I have no further questions for this witness.
I think
I
he's a
just have
witness for both
exhibits
sides.
order.
Counsel, can I see just briefly, sidebar?
He's not testifying against her. From my understanding, I think he's going to be. Yeah, they both listed him as a witness. I mean, it must be hard all round, whatever. Mm-mm-mm. Is that he's remarried? Try me. He's remarried to a doctor. He got remarried pretty quick, really. Within 3 years. So yeah, he's remarried. That's why she's ex. He's ex.
The witness could be
All right.
excused.
So you can be excused, subject to recall at a later point today. Thank you, sir.
He married a fertility doctor.
All right. Commonwealth?
Your Honor, at this point, I would move to submit some evidence. First, would be the clothing Cora Clancy was wearing the night of January 24th, 2023.
Right. Exactly.
First, the pajama pants. Pajama shirt.
Yeah. Hey, Apple of me.
And then the pink robe.
Oh, bless. This is so sad.
We could have these marked as one exhibit.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
And then Dawson's clothing. You have dinosaur underwear for the record. And a gray t-shirt or shirt, long sleeve shirt.
Hard one to follow, isn't it?
Have this as the next exhibit.
I'll be right back. I'll be listening. I'm going to go and get a cold drink. Hey, the rear, Brenda. I'm just going to go and get a drink.
And then Callan's pajamas.
I need a top up of
As the next exhibit, please.
cold water.
That may be admitted.
Yellow exercise band found with Dawson. Can I have this as the next exhibit, please?
That may be admitted.
Black exercise band found with Cora. Could I have this as the next exhibit, please?
That may,
And then the blue exercise band found with Callan. We could have this as the next exhibit, please.
that may be admitted.
Your Honor, we would ask that the 911 call be played.
All right. All right. Members of the jury, I just kind of wanted to give you, all right. Sometimes in a trial, evidence that is introduced that produces in jurors an emotional response. For example, it's understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear or see certain evidence. And so, but as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of some of the evidence, including testimony, including exhibits. And so you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. And so you can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice or pity for or against either side. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence that is introduced in this case and my instructions and any other limiting instructions. And I'll go into that, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that as we go through this. All right, at this point, we're going to play the exhibit, which is, I believe, the 911 call. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I want to remind everyone that there is a order entered by the court regarding this matter. It's not to be recorded. It's not to be broadcast. And it's not to be reproduced in any way, subject to any sanctions that would go along with the violation of that court order. So I just kind of remind everybody that order applies to the media and applies to the public. So I just kind of wanted to remind everybody in regards to that. So with that, Commonwealth?
Right, I'm back now. We'll skip this part because we can't listen, can we? I got a bag of frozen chips out of the thing, fridge freezer, and I've wrapped it in a tea towel. Put it around my neck. Caught TV had to mute, thank goodness. But yeah. Can't be recorded. We're not going to hear it, so we'll skip past this. Oh gosh.
Books, place them on the chairs.
Uh-oh, what's happening? Is it a break? What's happening?
Jurors, close your notebooks, place them on the chairs.
Maybe we're just having a break.
Please be seated.
We'll be in recess at this time.
Thank you.
Board, all rise.
Just rubbing her back though.
Recess, please exit the courtroom. Clear out the courtroom, please. Thank you.
Oh, it's because she's upset at her. I think she's had an outburst. I think she's had an outburst and that's why they took a break. Yeah, say outburst and she's broken down and like have an outburst of emotion in court, which you're not meant to have you? Which can't be easy. It was quite a big break. Wow, that's a big break.
And then she threw herself out of a
They took a really big break.
winning statement. Those were horrendous, much more horrendous than I thought they would be. They looked horrible. And then she threw herself out of a window. She's paralyzed. You know, every single time I hear the court say, all rise, I think about the fact she cannot.
Yeah.
She cannot. She wasn't just, you know, saying I wanted to kill myself. She almost killed herself. And now she's permanently disabled. So, I mean, I mentioned this before we went back in, but I don't think they should have brought this case. I think the prosecution should have declined to prosecute, and she could have been found civilly, you know, responsible here in terms of having her civilly committed. A court could have found that. She could have been committed to an institution because she's a harm to herself and she's a harm to others. She could have gotten treatment. This is not a criminal case in my mind. This is a case where they did everything they could to prevent this, and yet tragically it did occur. And frankly, I hope they're successful on the civil side, because I do think that the medical professionals failed her, obviously, and hopefully they will recover there.
Yeah, and Kevin Reddington was right there with those photos after the Commonwealth's opening statement. He brought those babies out and said, really, this is superficial wounds? Take a look. Very effective. The drugs, the different versions, different doses of drugs that she was given by different medical professionals. It's something that the defense is really leaning into, saying, yes, postpartum depression, but it was accelerated by these drugs. And that's a huge part of the equation. here's Reddington in his opening saying that she was given drugs that she should
Court
not have
TV are
been
doing
given,
a
and
segment.
everybody knows it, but yet she was given it.
After the second child, she had postpartum. You're going to hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that can lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant, you don't put them on Zoloft, you don't put them on what's called an SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case.
How do the drugs factor in? And more importantly, during this cross, how will that theory come to life through Patrick Clancy?
I think Patrick is going to expand upon what he was trying to say on direct examination, which is, okay, she may not have finished the entire bottle, but it was subject to different doses. So she finished one bottle and then maybe started another bottle. So I think he's going to try to explain at least that issue.
Yep. Okay. You see they're back on the record there. Let's go into the courtroom, see if they're just going to wait for the jury or if there's anything else going on. Oh, looks like they're jumping back to a sidebar quickly before bringing in the jury. So let's use this opportunity, grab a commercial break, and get you back into the courtroom. We expect Patrick Clancy to be back on the stand for cross-examination. We'll see. Stay with us.
Which ones do you want? All the exhibits are in that box. The prescription bottles are right here. Do you need those?
Cora, all rise. Jurors enter.
My glasses on now.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right. In terms of the juries, thank you for your
18 jurors.
patience with us. With that, Commonwealth, you would call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Angela Kraus.
First time she had her glasses on, isn't it?
Come on.
I think she's going to be the dispatch caller.
Right here, raise your right hand for the clerk.
911.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence
Bit bearers.
before and
There'll be
the jury
spares, won't there?
between the Commonwealth and the should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Watch your step right here, please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, how are
I'm
you?
going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, please.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Yeah, 12 with alternatives.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Angela Kraus. It's ANGELA KRAUSE.
And your date of birth, please.
5/19/77.
Where do you work?
CVS Pharmacy,
And at which location?
Kingston.
And do you know the address of that location?
189 Summer Street.
And how long have you worked there?
4 years at that location.
And what is your role there?
General manager
How long have you been the general manager?
for CVS.
For CVS, yes.
9 years.
And so the entire time you've worked at that location, those 4 years, you've been the general manager at the Kingston store?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And which shift were you working?
Closing.
Which is what hours?
Say roughly 3 to 11.
So that would be 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to direct your attention further to 4:48 p.m. Did you receive a phone call while you were working?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on the CVS line?
Yes.
And do you know that number?
No.
And where were you when you received that call?
I was in the office
And what were you doing?
preparing to do cash for the night.
And what does that entail?
Closing out the registers.
And the call that you received, was that from a male or a female?
Female.
And what, if anything, did she say?
She was inquiring if I carried a product in stock.
And what product was that?
It was like a constipation medicine.
Was it Miralax?
Yes.
And did she specifically ask for something to do with children's Miralax?
Well, I asked for clarification because depending on if she wanted children's or adults, it would be in a different part of the store.
Okay. And when you asked for clarification, was she able to provide clarification?
Yes. She said it was for children's.
Okay. And what was your response?
It's located in 2 different places in the store.
Okay. And did you give her any specific brand names or anything like that?
I just said that we carried Pedialax, and I was 13 and 20.
And approximately how long was this conversation?
A few minutes.
During that conversation, did you have any difficulty understanding the woman?
No, ma'am.
Did she appear to have any difficulty understanding you or the questions that you were asking her?
No, ma'am.
And her voice, did it seem slurred or impaired in any way?
Not at all. It's a very normal interaction.
I was just going to ask, was there anything out of the ordinary about the conversation?
No.
Later that evening, did the police come to the store?
Yes.
And did they request that you pull some surveillance footage for them?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And if I could just have Exhibit 28, the footage up for a moment. If you could look at the screen here, do you recognize the store? Yes. And is this part of the footage that you provided to police that night?
Yes.
And directing your attention over here to the right, the aisle where the gentleman is standing, all the way to the right of the store. Are you familiar with what was in that aisle in January of 2023?
Yeah, that's our children's aisle.
So that would have things like children's Pedialax?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any interaction with that gentleman while he was in the store?
No, ma'am.
And did the police also ask you to provide a copy of a receipt for that gentleman's transaction?
Yes, ma'am.
And just showing you Exhibit 26. Is this the receipt that you provided to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
And on here, it says Skittles Wildberry. So that is Skittles?
Yes.
It also says FLT PDLX LQD GLY for the second item. What does that stand for in CVS?
It's Fleet brand, but then it's going to be Pedialax and then a glycerin suppository.
Okay, so the FLT is for Fleet?
Yes.
And the PDLX is for Pedialax?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further for the witness. Thank you.
All right.
They've probably got
Ready.
extras because of the emotional toll.
All right, thank you, we sit down,
Yep.
thank you. Please.
They've probably gone for extras in case.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Soraya Sweeney.
It doesn't make a difference to me.
Come on, ma'am. Can you stop right here, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, no matter now coming between the Commonwealth and the county trial, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank
This way,
you.
please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'm just gonna ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you, Your
Please,
Honor.
Greg.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Saria, Saria. My last name is Sweeney or Shelgren, depending on what year we're in.
So in 2023 was
It
your
was
last
Sweeney, Sweeny.
And now what is your last name?
Shelgren, Shelgren.
And what is your date of birth?
9/3/89.
And where do you work?
currently have 2 jobs. I work at a doctor's office and I also work at 3V. It's a restaurant in Plymouth.
And how is 3V spelled?
It's spelled out the number 3, THREE, with a V at the end.
And how long have you worked at 3V restaurant?
Since 2019.
And where is it located?
In Cordage Park in Plymouth.
And in 2023, in January of
Sounds a bit
2023,
nervous.
what was your role at 3V restaurant?
I was a hostess then.
And directing your attention further to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that night?
Yes, I was.
And what shift were you working?
I work an evening shift. Usually I would arrive between 4:45 and 5 o'clock.
And when would your shift end?
Typically between 8 and 9 o'clock.
And what was your role as a hostess?
Greet patrons, take takeout orders, give takeout orders, seat people, generally help with the running of the restaurant front end.
And directing your attention to 5:10 p.m., did you receive a call for a takeout order?
Yes,
And was that a male or a female?
it was a female.
And did that person place an order?
Yes,
And do you recall what she ordered?
yes.
What was that?
It was a order of risotto and a Mediterranean power bowl.
And the power bowl, is that considered a type of salad at 3V?
Yes,
Did you ask any follow-up questions about the order of the salad?
yes.
What did you ask?
We ask if it doesn't automatically come with protein. It's something that we always ask, do you want to add a protein?
Does the Mediterranean power bowl automatically come with protein?
No, it does not.
So did you ask the woman if she wanted protein?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No, thank you.
And did she also give you the name and phone number of the person who would be picking up the order?
Yes.
And is that something that you enter into the system as you're entering the order?
Yes.
Do you have any trouble understanding the woman?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble understanding you or the questions you were asking her?
No.
Did her voice sound slurred or impaired in any way?
No.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about this interaction?
No.
Directing your attention to 5:54 p.m., was the order picked up?
Yes.
And was it picked up by a male or a female?
A male.
If we could pull up Exhibit 30 footage.
In the Johnny Depp trial, they had spares, didn't they? I can't remember how many.
And are you?
But they didn't tell him.
depicted, in the
Didn't
video
tell him he
here?
was spares
Yes.
to the end, though.
Where are you?
I'm standing behind the host stand.
And so for the record, the hostess stand or the host stand is in the upper left-hand corner.
Yeah, it's that black stand that has a wooden frame around the top.
So am I pointing to the right area?
Yes.
In the upper left corner?
Yes.
You could play that for a moment. And if you could pause it, please. So we're at 5:54:19 p.m. You see the individual who picked up the order.
Yes.
And which individual is that?
The man in the dark jacket that entered last.
And is he the person behind the couple at the host stand?
Yes.
And showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 31.
Upset, bless her lot. I was
Do you
crying.
recognize this?
She crying.
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is one of our printouts that comes with orders. We attach those to the bags for takeout and have a copy for ourselves as well.
And displaying it. Okay. Here. Here in the line where it says Patrick and then a phone number, is that where you would enter in what the person calling gives you for the information of the person picking up the order?
Yes.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about your interaction with that gentleman?
No.
I have no further questions.
Attorney Reddington.
No questions, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you.
That's just that.
All right, and Counsel, could I see you at this time? Thanks, scheduling.
Skip through this.
All right, it's going to be one of those stops. All right, so I'm going to excuse you till 2 o'clock. All right, then we're going to come back and we're going to resume, I believe, with the Commonwealth's case. So we're going to be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock. All right.
Court, all rise. Good. Close the notebooks, place them on your chairs, please.
I want to remind everyone of the media order regarding not videotaping or broadcasting from the courtroom or inside the courthouse. So I just kind of wanted to reiterate that. All right. So with that, we'll be in recess till 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
They'll be able to get out some of the more
Looks like they're filling in the break. Okay.
narrative questions that they may feel that he wants to share to this jury. And prosecutors in this case say that Clancy acted intentionally when she used those exercise bands to strangle her children in their home. The defense, though, says she was a victim. She was suffering from postpartum psychosis. So inside of this courtroom, these jurors have been hearing after Patrick Clancy left the stand after his direct examination from a CVS manager, the person who would have been one of the people who interacted with Patrick Clancy during that time. The prosecutors say his wife sent him away so that she could carry out
do you want
killings.
to skip this?
That testimony is done, and now another
There's no
witness
point
is
in
taking the
skipping it,
stand.
though,
So let's
'cause
pick it
they're
up
on-
inside of that courtroom.
There's no point in skipping it because the court's still out, so we might as well
That
play
doesn't make a
this.
difference to me.
Come on in, ma'am. Can you stop right here, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, no matter what
Court's
comes
still
between
out.
the Commonwealth and the defendant trial, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
I
so help
think.
you God? Yes.
This
Thank
way,
you.
please.
Oh, maybe not. Do you want to skip up to the present time? Juror that fell asleep.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Thank you.
See if they've caught up. We can always go back.
Of unimaginable horror.
Virtually there
Now,
now.
the once trusted nurse faces murder charges as her defense claims she suffered from severe postpartum psychosis. Prosecutors call it calculated. Her attorneys say it's a symptom of a mind lost to illness.
A husband's testimony is on pause inside of a Plymouth County, Massachusetts courtroom. The Lindsay Clancy trial continues as both sides battle over one central issue, criminal responsibility. And we are still waiting to hear when her ex-husband and the father of the 3 victims in this case, Patrick Clancy, is going to be returning to the witness stand. His direct examination seems to be over, but we anticipate there is going to be cross-examination coming soon. Right now, they're on that lunch break. Here's a live look inside of the courtroom. And once they come back from that lunch break, we will take you back in to the courtroom. We understand from the photojournalist that's there inside of the courtroom for us, Richie Morgenstern, he says that it seems like the state has many witnesses lined up for the rest of the day. So there's a possibility that Patrick may not return to the stand as anticipated. While we continue to wait, let's bring back in our guest who is watching along with us, trial attorney Terry Austin, who's been helping us break down exactly what these jurors have to decide. It is a difficult one. It's not, do they believe that she did it? Do they believe that she is the exact reason for the deaths of her children? They've got to determine whether she was legally sane and understood her actions when it happened. You broke it down wonderfully, Terry, earlier, but I want to ask you this. How, as either a prosecutor or a defense attorney, how do you keep these jurors thinking about that very narrow part of this? It's outside of the horror of it all. It's outside of even all of the medication. You've got to keep them on task of, did she understand or appreciate the criminality of her actions? And if not, then they can find her guilty.
I think we're going to see the defense do more of that. Right now, the prosecution is being fairly broad in the presentation. I think going through the timeline, obviously, you have to make sure the jury understood what was going on, particularly as it relates to that day. And so I think the prosecution is trying to lay out what occurred and trying to point out from a timeline perspective that the defendant knew what she was doing. She knew it was wrong and she could have conformed her conduct. What I think we're going to see the defense say is, look, there is no argument.
How do you prove, though, that somebody's like, how do you know what real, obviously I'm going to sound stupid now, but how do you know the difference between psychosis, though, and somebody acting?
That this happened. And I think he's going to try to get that out through his cross-examinations when he finally does do the cross-examination of Patrick Clancy and through other cross-examinations that we're going to see of the prosecution's case. But during closing arguments, I definitely think that Reddington is going to focus on the question here, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
it's a difficult
is
one, isn't
whether
it?
or not it was someone who could appreciate that what she was doing was wrong, and could she conform her behavior? And if not, if you believe and you listen to our medical experts, and we had these medical experts who got up there and they testified, and you heard them say that it's possible she could have this postpartum, not only depression, but psychosis. She could be hearing the voices in her head and not able to conform her behavior, not understand that what she's doing is wrong, and planning this because that is what the voice is telling her to do. A psychosis is hallucinations, it's delusion. You've got to have those medical.
That's what I mean, because you need medical, because as a juror, I wouldn't know the difference, would you? If I was a juror.
Experts, and I think
that's where the medical professionals come in, don't they? That you, the expert witnesses you listen to, because I wouldn't have a bloody clue if I was a juror.
See more of that when we see the defense case, and certainly when we see the defense closing.
Is it a problem that Patrick Clancy on the stand said that he didn't remember his wife ever saying that she was hearing voices before this happened?
You know, it's funny because when he said that, I thought that I had heard somewhere, I don't know if it was during one of the openings or whether or not it was in the GoFundMe or whether the New Yorker magazine, but I thought I had heard somewhere that he did hear that she had some thoughts of both suicide and harming the children. But I think the question that was asked, if I'm not mistaken, by the prosecution was in January of that year. She made it a specific time frame. So I think that's why we're hearing some inconsistencies. I saw some of the comments actually on your YouTube channel, and I think some of the viewers are confused. I think what the prosecution was trying to get at is beforehand in January, did you know that she had these tendencies? And I think he did not know that in January. He did not know that prior to coming, you know, and going to the store and leaving her by herself. He may have heard it another time.
January. He
Not
heard it back in September, maybe even November, I think, when she started the Cerelac type drug. But I was asking specifically about voices, though, because I think the prosecution is trying to thread that needle. She didn't necessarily say a male voice was telling her to do things, and that hasn't come out in the evidence yet until after. When
January the
he talked to her,
24th,
when
wasn't
she
it?
was hospitalized, that's when she told him that the reason she did it was because a man's voice told her, you're going to run out of time, you have to do it now, basically, or else. Does it matter that he didn't know that particular part? He did say that she had thoughts of harming herself and even harming the kids prior to.
Right. I think that it's a slight weakness in the defense case that he didn't know more. I mean, if you think about the whole timeline back September, January, right before it happened, the more he knows, the better it looks for the defense because it means that Lindsay is sharing things with him. It means that she's not hiding anything. It means that they're together trying to make sure that nothing untoward happens to either Lindsay or those children. So, I think there's going to be some forgiveness here that he doesn't remember exact times of when she said what she said. And I don't think that's a big point that is going to be held against the defense, but it is a weakness in their case. Look, they don't have the burden of proof here. Obviously, prosecution has the burden of proof here. But I don't think that they're going to be able to show that she was criminally responsible for this case. I mean, it's a shifting burden here. It starts out with obviously you're saying, and then you have to show from a defense perspective that you have some mental illness, but then it's back on the prosecution from a burden standpoint to show that she was criminally responsible. I don't think they have enough here, and I think the little holes they have, one being that he's not sure of the timing of when she told him what exactly about the medication or her psychosis or her illness. I don't think that's a big enough problem that it will hurt the defense.
Yeah, Massachusetts, the prosecution has that burden to show that she is not insane or that she didn't appreciate the criminality versus the defense, which is that way in some jurisdictions. Terry, before we have to go, can you react to what we heard from Richie Morgenstern when he talked about what it was like inside of that courtroom for the 911 call?
I saw the photos of her, obviously, her crying, holding both
Crazy, isn't it?
It's got to be really difficult for that jury to not only hear and see and listen to that 911 call, but to watch her. I mean, this is not a malingerer. This is not someone who's faking. Frankly, I think she should be on suicide watch 24/7. So hearing the 911 call was difficult for those jurors and difficult for our photographer and anyone who heard it, but it was devastating for her. She regrets this till the day she dies, I'm telling you. And, I think that that's going to, obviously you hear the judge talk about charging the jury and instructing them, don't let sympathy, just look at the facts, just look at the law. But I do think it's going to affect that jury that she is being so genuine in the 911 call.
It is certainly a difficult day for everyone involved. Terry Austin, thank you for helping us understand things a lot more. We've got to get to our break. When we come back, more coverage of the Lindsay Clancy trial.
I think we're caught up. Just about. Yeah, we're caught up. What we can do. Surviving the survivor, I've got something. I'll leave this open. But he's got Timothy Jansen on earlier, who I believe was in court the first day.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Thank you for being with us this Wednesday afternoon, where we are in the state of Massachusetts. Did Lindsay Clancy know what she was doing when she killed her children? We are watching her trial play out. Here's a live look inside of the courtroom. The jury remains on their lunch break, and testimony is going to start.
Jury's on the lunch break, so I'm just going to swap over a minute. I'll leave that open. Just want to hear what he said.
Aspects of this, if not the most important aspect, jurors. During that 911 call, what was their reaction? How are they handling it?
Well, I'll tell you, I could sense the jury when I got to January 24th. They were on the front of their seats, listening to everything, writing notes down. They were showing him going to the CVS, showing him going into the restaurant, picking the food up and the mess.
Sir, that's off. You're in the courthouse.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I didn't know they can't.
You're in
shit.
violation.
Holy shit.
That is Tim being told, not, I don't think Tim knew that, by the way.
Sir, that's
but,
a violation,
That interview
sir.
with Tim just ended quickly, and I don't think Tim realized he cannot be there. I guess he has to be outside. So hopefully he is not reprimanded too badly. I've been in that position. That's not fun. I'm sure Tim had
Where was he
zero
recording
idea.
from then? Oh,
And he was
boy.
coming to us from there yesterday. But what I picked up on this is this was such powerful testimony, and the 911 call was so
That's why the judge keeps saying it then. I was thinking, has somebody been caught recording?
powerful that Tim Jansen, who's been a criminal defense attorney and a federal prosecutor for 41 years,
Wow, gets caught.
you could hear it in his voice. He was trying to keep it together. He was trying to hold it together and not break down himself. Tim is incredibly close with his two daughters. I had the privilege, and the COE had the privilege of being invited to his daughter's wedding, one of the most, if not the nicest wedding I have ever been to. And this is, I don't think there's a cliche I hate more, but I will use it. This is a parent's worst nightmare. It really is.
Imagine a defense, what do you say, criminal defense attorney getting caught streaming from court. Like,
not only
wow.
losing your children, but not being able as a father to help, just being utterly helpless. And I think that's what
That was crazy.
that's what the courtroom heard on the 911 call, not what we heard, because it is being suppressed from us. But according to Tim, it ran the gamut, but you heard Patrick literally screaming, "She murdered my children. She murdered my children." And you could tell from the way Tim described it that Patrick Clancy, could not control anything. COE, I did take a time code at 1:28:21, about 20 minutes ago. That is when Lindsay Clancy is appearing to be hysterically crying. We should, for later on, cut a piece of that for sure. Tim is doing remarkable work, so shout out to Tim. And Tim is a great guy. If you never met Tim, which most of you have not, he's what you see is what you get. Just a genuinely good guy, and I kid with him that he is the mayor of Tallahassee because he has had such a long career there and knows everyone. So I call him the mayor. You cannot go 5 steps. I went to an FSU football game with Tim. You cannot take 5 steps in Tallahassee without someone coming up to Tim and or his wife, Steph, who is beautiful and awesome. And they're just an amazing couple. And I can tell how shook and shaken he is from this testimony today. I have not been in courtrooms as much as Tim, not even close. And I've only been covering true crime for about 3 years or so. But of all the trials that I've watched in that time, and then, of course, documentaries and things of that nature, I cannot recall a moment as powerful as the moments we saw today with Patrick Clancy on the witness stand. Now, you also heard Tim say something incredibly interesting, and I sort of picked up on this when he was dismissed and walked out of the witness box back into the gallery to leave. You could see he was struggling. He had literally just relived the night of his children's murders in great detail, and he was having a hard time. I could see it, just breathing. And Tim came out, and one of the first things he said, if not the first thing, was that Patrick Clancy had what he believes was a panic attack. And then during Tim's live report,
Clarabelle, you're welcome.
just now, behind Tim, you saw a whole bunch of EMT and EMS workers coming in. I didn't see a stretcher, but you could see them sort of rushing in. And Tim said that they were headed to the state attorney's office in the courthouse, presumably, we don't know this for sure, but presumably to help Patrick Clancy, who obviously is traumatized and re-traumatized. So again, this is as heavy gets. It is brutal, but at the same time, it's unbelievably interesting from the perspective of a person in the public, from the perspective of a journalist.
You're okay.
I'm sure from the perspective of a juror. I just pray that these jurors are going to be okay. They were warned about this, but I don't care how a judge warns any jury. You cannot be prepared for what they are hearing and seeing during this trial. And to be honest, to survive, there needs to be some sort of either deliberate or subconscious cognitive dissonance. Like, I do not allow myself somehow. I don't.
They played the 911 call, but we didn't get to hear it. It was, thank goodness, but she broke down. So they've had, they cleared the courtroom and took a break. But they've gone on a long lunch break. And this is earlier though, he was streaming to Tim Jansen, who's, what did he say, 41 years criminal defense attorney, got caught live streaming in the court. And like, sir, you can't do that. And he was like, oh, what? Oh, I know, I couldn't. So we're just playing this. They're still out. We're right up to date now, and they're not back yet. But they've got some experts on it. Switch back. There's been a lot of breaks today. And then Friday, they go into the house on Friday. They're doing the tour of the house. So you won't want to miss that. Well, I don't know. Maybe you will. I don't know. Shouldn't speak for people, should I?
They suggest that those cuts.
There's a lot of breaks
it sounds
today.
Like that's what they are suggesting to this jury.
55 more
that
minutes.
They were not, that they were superficial in nature. Do you think that's what they are suggesting, first of all?
Oh, of course, because they're not deadly wounds. I mean, if they were deep enough
Yeah,
and she had
Frida's the
completely
house tour.
exsanguinated, that would make sense. But the fact that they're so superficial, it doesn't really show an intent to end one's life. But the real question then is, what purpose would it serve other than attention getting? It's almost like a form of factitious disorder, sort of like the converse of Munchausen by syndrome. Munchausen by proxy syndrome, where you're inflicting injury on others for adulation and getting people help. But when you're doing it to yourself, it's almost like an attention-getting device. So I don't know where the prosecution is going with it. Maybe Joanne can weigh in on it, but I'm not seeing the relevance of it, frankly.
Yeah, Joanna, give me your opinion on this. Is that what they are suggesting to this jury?
I definitely think it's what they're suggesting, but it's a big ask to get the jury to believe that she saw, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different providers. She was actually prescribed medication. She was seeking out treatment. She did an outpatient type program, and that, she was confiding in her husband. And all of this was, for this long con of setting up this fake suicide just so she could kill her kids and get away with it. I think it's just a big ask to digest that kind of theory.
We've got a clip from the prosecution's opening statement where they really give 2 reasons as to why she jumped out of the window. Let's listen to that and then talk about it.
After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her.
Not really. Not the kids will, no.
Their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained.
She said she had a voice in her
control
head.
Her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences.
So, Philip, we're hearing there, on one point, the prosecution is saying that she wanted to take them with her, suggesting this was a murder-suicide and that she had a plan even before taking the lives of her children. But then they say that she was trying to escape the consequences by jumping out of the window. Is that 2 things that they're giving to this jury, and how problematic is that if they are doing that?
It makes no clinical or legal sense. How would she benefit either way? If the end game would be to end the lives of the children and herself, how is that perpetrating a fraud or engaging in some type of a con? It makes no sense. And it makes it look like they're desperate and they're looking for some type of motive or explanation for what she did. And in the end, what it really shows is how obtuse their thinking is in terms of the effects of PPP, the effect that it has on the mind and the body. So hopefully the experts will set the Commonwealth straight and let them know that they just don't frankly know what on earth they're talking about.
And Joanna, it seems like they are trying to give this jury a motive. And I think the jury would want to know a motive. If this isn't legal insanity, then what was the reason?
I mean, what was the reason then?
Yeah, and I think in every case, everybody wants to understand what was going through their head at the time that this crime was committed. And that really is the crux of this case. Like, was she in touch with reality or not? What was she thinking? Did she appreciate the wrongfulness, and was she able to comport herself as required by the law? And I think that what the prosecution could have done here is really weave a lot of the anticipated expert testimony that they're going to put on that would contradict the defense's testimony in their opening statements. So kind of highlight what we would be expecting to hear from these experts that would support the claims that they're making, that, you know, all of this calculation and deliberation is not something you would see in an organized fashion from somebody who is actually experiencing psychosis. I think their opening did, you know, just kind of generally touch on subjects, but it would have laid the groundwork for what we're seeing, the direction that we're seeing them go right now.
Philip and Joanna, stand by. We've got to slip in a break, but when we come back, we're going to talk more about this case. They are still on a lunch break, but there's still something that's up in the air. What is going to happen when Patrick Clancy takes the stand again? He still has not finished his cross-examination. It hasn't even started yet. So we'll talk with our guests about what the defense should do on cross.
Narcissism. I don't know. Could be. People in psychosis think that their actions are very reasonable. Yeah, I don't think she did it because she thought the children were ill. She said she heard a male voice telling her to do it for whatever reason. They justify their action, not jump out of a window. Yeah, that's what I would have thought. They'd think what they've done was right. Yeah. Thing is, though, I've heard like these expert witnesses, and you can have two different expert witnesses that will, both sides will try and convince you of their theory. Because they'll have had to evaluate her, won't they? It's quite a deep level. Well, you think we're all caught up. Don't people with narcissism lack empathy and remorse? I don't think she's pretending to be upset. They can. Oh, beat him. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's a nice surprise. The link's pinned if you want to come up for a chit. Oh, you're at work. Okay. There's my answer. Thank you, B Tim. Who got them? We ain't got many people here, but I'm still going to stream it. Did they go to anybody? Oh, Mary Dean's over in Surviving the Survivors chat. She's not joined us. I think Shuffling got one. Let me look through the chat. Oh, I'm on the wrong chat. Hold on. Or should I say Patrick? Thank you, Patrick. I think a few women have got the idea that you like Patrick Dempsey. So went shuffling through life. Heather B, 33, Empress, Raid Sprayer, Beautiful Disaster, and Susie, 62. Hey, silly goose. I call him Patrick from now on. Bless him. I was listening to Granny earlier just before we started. I was going to say, beat him. If you look like Patrick Dempsey, I think you'd have us ladies queuing up, myself included. Because Patrick Dempsey was my favourite out of Grey's Anatomy. You don't look nothing like Patrick, then. I think Emily Pickles has the fantasy you look like him. Do you look anything like him? Have you got a hairstyle like him? Beaton was like, I'm not doxing my hair. Not be heavy burden, bro. I was listening. I wanted to carry on listening, but I had to stop the stream because I was running late as it was. I like it when Beaton and Clue and Granny get on panel together. And Small Town Girl was there. Maybe they're going to come back. I could get a clip up, but let's see how much longer they're going to be. I look more like, no, you don't. Stop it. I don't believe it. I think if the women, say if you did look like Patrick Dempsey, the women knew, oh my God, you'd be fighting them all off. You need a bat to bat them all off. Do you remember that time? I've got to find that stream beating where Emily Pickles came up and she was calling Craig schizophrenic and she was going at me and you. That was I got to find that stream. I'm a human being beaten. I am who I am. Well, she emailed me on the 19th of July, 2025. So it was around that date or just before, obviously. I can't remember how long after she emailed me, but it might have been days. It may not have been immediately after. I've got to go back and have a look. So it was 19th of July. She emailed me a big apology. So that gives me something to work on. I'm just curious to get that and clip it. Let me have a look, see if there's something we can play. Survivor doing anything? Oh, let's go back. B. Tim, did you see this? An attorney, Tim Jansen, I always want to call him Larson. He got caught streaming in the court. Watch this, B. Tim. I don't know if you're listening in. Timothy Jansen. He got caught streaming and he got told off. And he's been, I think, a criminal defense attorney for 41 years. And look at this. Watch this.
And it's going to be my concern, we're going to get a hung jury. That's my personal opinion. And I believe there's going to be strong people on one side, strong people on the other. Some are going to say, I'm not going to convict her. Some say, I'm not going to let her go. So I think we're going to get a hung jury. That's just a prediction right now.
Yeah. Do you think she'd be re-prosecuted with a hung jury?
I think they'll wait and see what state attorney will find out what the jury makeup was. If it's 11-1 to convict, they'll probably reach.
So he's not actually in the court. I don't know why. But he's in the courthouse.
6 or 5-7 to convict. I think he needs to re-examine the position, maybe work out some kind of resolution outside of a trial.
I don't know. You should know.
Now, obviously, one of the most important aspects of this, if not the most important aspect, jurors. During that 911 call, what was their reaction? How are they handling it?
Watch this. It happens about now.
I could sense the jury when I got to January 24th. They were on the front of their seats, listening to everything, writing notes down. They were showing him going to the CVS, showing him going into the restaurant, picking the food up and the mash.
Sir, that's off. You're in the courthouse.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I can't.
You're in violation.
You're in violation, he
That
says.
is Tim being told, I don't think Tim.
Judge gets pissed off. Yeah, and the judge keeps saying, and I didn't understand why, because this was earlier. He said, I'm reminding everybody, no recording in the courthouse. But it's not like he's a junior or anything. He's like been doing this for decades. Look at that. Let's watch it one more time. Decades of
Writing
experience.
notes down. They were showing him going to the CVS, showing him going into the restaurant, picking the food up, and the mess.
Sir, that's off. You're in the courthouse.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I can't.
You're in violation.
Think he'll get in trouble? He says, you're in violation. Will he get in trouble for that, do you think? Or do you think he'll get away with it? Let me have a look. Let's see if there's any clips, because they're not back yet. Yeah, like it's not like he's a junior or anything. He's been doing it for blooming decades. Let me have a look. Surviving the Survivor had a good psychotic episode or murder. We'll play this while we're waiting, because they've took an extra long break.
Of my client, that is exactly how Lindsay Clancy's attorney, Kevin Reddington, described this heartbreaking case, and his defendant accused in the triple murder of her 3 young children. But the question facing the jurors isn't just what happened or what happened at all. It's whether Lindsay Clancy was suffering from a postpartum psychosis, a postpartum depression, or neither, and whether that difference determines her criminal responsibility. You've got an amazing panel here to help us break it all down on the other side.
Welcome to the global phenomenon, Surviving the Survivor. Here's your host.
Trial out of Plymouth, Massachusetts has people absolutely riveted. We brought you opening statements live with famed Tallahassee criminal defense attorney R. Timothy Jansen at the courthouse. He's also a former federal prosecutor. Not only did you get to see opening statements on STS yesterday, but you also saw the first witness, the ex-husband of Lindsay Clancy, and that is Patrick Clancy, and a lot of back and forth about the medications and all that was going on in that house leading up to the fateful night of January 24th, 2023. That is when Patrick Clancy left the family's Duxbury, Massachusetts home at the request of his wife, Lindsay Clancy. She wanted him to pick up some takeout and run to CVS to get some medications. And prosecutors alleged during that brief window of time, that was in fact the window of opportunity where Lindsay Clancy then killed the couple's 3 children, 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan. And from that point, she then slashes herself on the neck and wrists with a knife and jumps out a 2nd-story window, forever paralyzed from the sternum down. And she is in court in a wheelchair.
So
let's bring in the best guest to break all of this down. The first guest, a real treat for surviving.
If they have a hung jury, that they have to do another retrial, if they have a hung jury.
The survivor. Here is Tommy Pope. He is the famed prosecutor from the infamous Susan Smith case back in the early 90s. She is the South Carolina mother who falsely claimed that her 2 young sons had been abducted by a black man, I should say, in South Carolina before admitting she had driven them into a lake, killing them both. Well, Tommy Pope was the prosecutor on that case. Big hello to Tommy. And it's unusual. We've got two first-time best guests. The second guest here, Paige Bellenbaum. She is a licensed clinical social worker and one of the country's leading maternal mental health advocates. After experiencing, I believe, postpartum depression and anxiety herself, she got into the field trying to help other women, and that's how we are here. Tommy, as far as I know, the defense at no point in the Susan Smith trial ever claimed postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. Was that ever on the table at all? And how do you see similarities or dissimilarities between your famous case 30 plus years ago and this case today?
I think, Joel, they played with it, but they didn't necessarily go there. And when I say played with it, I'm not making light, obviously, a very serious case, but they touched on it. They really used the mental health issues more as mitigation in the penalty phase. Of course, it was a death penalty case, and so you have the guilt phase first, then the penalty phase, and they really used it more as mitigation. And so what came out is she had a history of suicide in her family, suicidal gestures that she had conducted, but you really never had the extremity or the extreme nature of the treatment that we're seeing in the current case. We really didn't have that. And again, we had a much clearer reason. And I continued 30 years later to believe she killed her kids because she wanted the boyfriend and wanted, basically she had her wedding dress, her wedding album, those kids. I said she basically had everything from her marriage, but her husband enrolled them in the lake. So I think, we got a different set of circumstances. I'm very interested to hear our other guests tell us a little more about the depression, because I really have some questions from a pure prosecution standpoint on, knowing legal and moral right from legal and moral wrong, the true insanity part. And, I've talked on it a couple other times. We always look for all the normal things you did that would show you're not delusional. Now, obviously, delusional and depressed are two different things. So I'm excited to be with you guys here today.
Yeah, we're excited to have as big a name as Tommy Pope. Tommy, what is it like? We're gonna get to Paige in a second, but what's it like all these years later? I guess I don't recall that. I know it happened in '94. I don't know. I guess the trial was a couple years later, but literally 30 years later, and it's kind of what you're known for. What's it like for you all these years?
Yeah, it's been an odd dance. I think, I was elected when I was 30. I told somebody I was the Doogie Howser of district attorneys back then. I was a kid comparatively, and I tried Smith, and she committed crime in '94. I tried it in '95, so I was about 33 when I tried it. And back then, OJ was going on at the same time. It's really when we first started seeing like crime to court type things and, the high pressure coverage. The good thing about it, I guess, is after going through that, the rest of my career seemed pretty easy, even though I tried.
He's aged well, hasn't he?
Plenty of horrendous cases after dealing with that media pressure, But you're right. In my obituary, they'll say something about Susan Smith, one way or another. And, the toughest thing now is really for David Smith.
Well, that's what I wondered, because she didn't want to sleep with him. She wanted him to sleep in the basement. She was sleeping in the bed with the baby, and then they swapped over. She went in the basement, and I wondered that, was she not wanting to be with him?
The father and his wife and his family, because back then life did not mean life. She's eligible for parole after 30 years. I know you saw that a couple of years ago. But the worst for the family is she's eligible every 2 years. So basically, every 2 years, they'll be grinding that up. And every 2 years, as long as I'm living, I'll be there with them.
Wow.
I don't know, Heather.
I know you said it kind of in jest about an obituary. I wrote a book about my mom called Surviving the Survivor. And I said, you've really made it in life when you've got a New York Times obituary. The only problem is you don't get to read it because it's your obituary. So, Tommy Pope, I hope that obituary is not written for many, 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 many years, but it will likely be there. But so, Paige, thank you to you. Paige, what state are you in? I usually shout out the states at the end. Where are you located state-wise?
So I'm joining you from Brooklyn, New York.
Ah, I'm a Jersey guy, so that's home.
Okay, right next to her.
I like that.
Yeah, Brooklyn. So for those who do not know, let's start off with the basics, which is what is postpartum depression and what is postpartum psychosis and what is common and what is rare here?
So a wonderful place to dive in. What's important to know is that about 1 in 5 new and expecting mothers experience what we refer to as a perinatal mood and anxiety disorder, right? Acronym for that is a PMAD. And I think of PMADS as an umbrella, and there's a number of very specific clinical diagnoses or psychiatric diagnoses that sit under the term perinatal mood and anxiety disorders. We have perinatal depression, perinatal anxiety, perinatal obsessive compulsive disorder, perinatal post-traumatic stress disorder, bipolar disorder, and in rare but extreme cases, postpartum psychosis. Now you'll notice that I use the term perinatal in front of most of these diagnoses as opposed to postpartum. And the reason for that is because we know that about 50% of all PMAD cases originate either before or during pregnancy, and the other 50% originate in the postpartum, right? So hence the term perinatal. So what we know about maternal mental health or perinatal mental health conditions is that about 80% of them go undiagnosed and untreated because there's such an enormous amount of shame and stigma out there for new and expecting mothers that are struggling with their mental health, right? For a new or expecting mother, there's this expectation that you will have your baby, it will be the most beautiful and amazing thing that will ever happen to you. You will not miss your previous identity. You will bond and attach with your baby immediately.
Yeah.
There's all these expectations that go along with the transition to motherhood. But for so many women and birthing people who find themselves as mothers, they realize it's a lot harder than they anticipated it would be. So when we start to look at these different diagnoses, we can start from the place of the baby blues, right? 80% of all new mothers experience the baby blues. This is not a psychiatric condition. This is something that is almost normal, I will say, for a new mother to experience immediately after giving birth.
For me, it was, although it became natural, is that you no longer could just walk out the door. Like you had that, your baby, you know, went everywhere with you, obviously. Well, did me. And your life's obviously never the same again. And you can't just leave and go out and go to the gym without thinking there's always that baby. And I think initially that's like, although it didn't feel too alien, it still was a bit alien because you're just not used to it.
It's a time.
And I guess the more children you have, especially 3 under 5.
When a new mother's
3 under 5 is a lot.
hormones, her estrogen and progesterone levels are taking a nosedive, more so than at any other time in her life. So you might see a woman who is experiencing.
Yeah, like in my case, we were in hospital for a month, but I was with him, you know, and then we came home. And I felt safer in hospital with him than going home. Because then there's no medical professionals around to like jump in if anything was wrong.
Weepiness, feeling irritable, overwhelmed, frustrated, right? But we see that these symptoms tend to dissipate within the first 2 weeks postpartum. If those symptoms continue to increase or just continue overall, then we start to think that something else might be at play. And it might be one of these other conditions. So when you ask this specific question, what is postpartum depression? What is postpartum psychosis? The way that depression can show up in a perinatal person, so either pregnant or postpartum, could be feeling very sad, feeling weepy a lot of the time, not enjoying the things that someone used to.
Don't you think 3 under 5 is a lot though? Like I wouldn't be able to
do.
Oh, that's too much
In
pain.
the perinatal case, not feeling connected, bonded, or attached to the baby, feeling like I've made a huge mistake and I wish I could go back in time and have a do-over. Perhaps having suicidal ideation, not feeling motivated, having changes in sleep and appetite. These are just a few of the symptoms that go along with depression in the perinatal period. Now, when we jump to psychosis, we're looking at statistics that are much more rare. For women and birthing people that experience postpartum psychosis, it usually happens in 1 to 2 per 1,000 births, right? And in that framework, we know that about 5% of women experiencing postpartum psychosis commit suicide, and about 4%.
Yeah, they could probably could afford a nanny, but it's still, you've got 3 children to be responsible for still, haven't you, when they go home? And she seems to like going to the gym and keeping fit.
Commit infanticide. Now, when a woman is experiencing active psychosis, she is out of touch with reality. She's experiencing fixed false beliefs that she believes to be true. She may be experiencing hallucinations, delusions, right? A lot in this case, we're going to hear about auditory hallucinations, voices that were commanding her to follow through. People are experiencing disorganization. They might be catatonic entirely. They are seeing and hearing things that are not there. And they are potentially a risk to themselves or others. And now something that's important to note about postpartum psychosis, and what I think is so integral to the case that we're about to discuss, is that psychosis does something called waxing and waning. And what that means is somebody might be actively psychotic in one moment and the next be totally lucid. So when we talk about, right, and as the prosecution is building this case around Lindsay being totally lucid leading up to the tragedy, this is how psychosis operates, right, in the human brain. So clinically speaking and psychiatrically speaking, it makes sense that during that same day, she appeared to be exhibiting a level of control over herself and her surroundings, and then click immediately into this psychotic state.
This is fascinating, Tommy. To you, and obviously you're a scientist of the law here. You look at it carefully. In Massachusetts, in the Commonwealth, there are going to be a few options here: guilty or not criminally responsible. And that's really what the defense here is going for, because they've said our client did do this, but she wasn't in her right mind. Is it going to take a Paige Bellenbaum to get that verdict for the client? I mean, I think there's universally sort of agreed upon that there's not going to be an acquittal here. I think that's going to be very, very slight chance of that happening. But how important is a Paige Bellenbaum type witness for the defense here?
I think it is critical, obviously, that it kind of cuts both ways. I think when you have experts that deliver something like what Paige did, I think it's informative to the jury. If you have the expert that was the same expert, there's always the expert that no matter the facts, everybody's got a mental health issue, I think it cheapens it. It's almost like crying wolf. So I think that's important in the context of the courtroom. And, it's difficult sometimes too, because you cannot compel testimony, and each state can be a little different. The prosecution may not have the access to the client, the defendant themselves, that perhaps the defense experts do. And so sometimes it can play out in front of a jury a couple different ways. It can play out that it seems like it was certainly, the defense expert would know more because they spent time with the defendant. But the flip side is sometimes jurors can say, well, that's not fair. They're going to say whatever, they want to say. I actually, under our rules, was able in a murder where the guy killed his parents, we were able to get the notes of the expert after she testified to use in cross-examination. And unfortunately for the defendant and her, he relished telling her the story of how he stabbed his mother while his father was in the shower, and then waited and sprayed the father with Tilex and beat him with a baseball bat and a claw hammer. So he was proud of it. So he was telling it. So obviously,
God, some people oh my God, that's a bit extreme.
I got the cross on that. So I think it is important to inform the jury. I think probably nowadays we're more suspect of, in the old days we trusted doctors. A doctor told you to take this medicine, that's what you did.
Okay,
whatever a lawyer told you to do something. But I think now people are more suspect and don't always give over to the experts.
Fascinating stuff. Curious here in terms of and I'll get back to Paige in a second. And this is an interesting question, which I just jotted down. I'm not ignoring the guest.
Just casually thrown in the conversation.
When I'm looking down, I'm typing a note for myself to remember to go back to. Occasionally, I'll get some hate mail on that. But Tommy, to you, in terms of the jury pool here, or the impaneled jury, I should say, it's 18 jurors. They don't know who the 6 alternates will be, but it's 12 women and 6 men. And we had a little debate about this. In your own experience, are women going to be tougher with 12 women and 6 men than a man would be on a woman? Or is this an outlier of a case, in your opinion?
I think we often forget, and that's the hardest thing. You know, there are classes being taught on how you select jurors and what do you look for. And, you know, I remember when I came out in the civil arena, the guy that I was helping strike a jury said, "You remember what you look for in a prosecutor?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "I want you to pick the opposite." You know, he was not looking for the solid citizen or whatever. And so I think that it's going to vary. I will tell you, during the Smith case, I can't tell you how much contact I got from people who had gone through similar, you know, even postpartum depression or the variations that we just heard about from Paige, but they would never harm their children. And that's kind of the jump. Now, again, in our case, I feel absolutely convinced that we had a solid motive. I'm not seeing necessarily a motive here. And of course, it even breaks down, well, she did jump out the window. You know, the home visit's going to be important. She jumps out the window, but was that a suicidal gesture, or was that, you know, what she intended to do? I mean, obviously she was seriously injured, but, you know, there's a lot of loose pieces that I think, going back to your question of jurors, I think that perhaps male jurors could be more sympathetic because, just like Paige said, she and many others have faced it, but they worked their way through it and found a way to help others. And I think, you know, that a lot of women are going to say, man, I know my wife said, you know, she was a zombie. I always joke, my first child, I got him out of the bed, I swaddled him, she got ready to nurse. And I said, it's the most amazing thing. That child only woke up that first night. I never heard him again until he was 30-something years old because I was such a crummy husband sleeping through it. But my wife was a walking zombie, but she made it through it. And I think that's going to be something, and again, obviously, Paige can shed light on that, but something that I think that females who have suffered those difficulties, you know, would reflect on.
Yeah, I tell first-time parents enjoy the first bunch of months because typically a baby just sleeps and eats. So you gotta when they're sleeping, but it's the mother who ends up still doing all the work. And even Lindsay Clancy herself. And I mean, Paige, let me just go right to this. In the testimony yesterday that Patrick Clancy, the ex-husband, offered, it was sort of contrary to what we typically think of with postpartum depression. She typically what we have been taught is that these mothers don't want to be around the babies, but she was getting depressed at the notion of having to go to work and leaving the babies. Is that atypical?
It's totally typical. And, you know, hearing her anxieties as they developed, typically around her return to work, this is almost storybook when it comes to perinatal mental health and the onset of increasing anxiety, right? What we're learning about Lindsay is that there was a level of anxiety that transpired after the birth of her first two children. This is very common. And, you know, before I answer your question, I want to help paint a picture for you and for some of your listeners. And I'm very open about my own lived experience. I consider it as a tool for change. You know, it's helped me progress in my career and make the difference in a lot of ways.
Can you just tell us about that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Yeah, so I had my first child 20 years ago, my son, and when I look back in retrospect, I definitely was developing anxiety during pregnancy. But back then, nobody was talking about perinatal mental health. Even as a licensed clinical social worker who was taught and had a licensure to be able to detect mental illness in others, I had no idea what was happening with myself. When my son came, I had debilitating depression. I was crying most of the time. I felt little to no connection to him. I felt like I'd made a huge mistake. I felt like he would be better off without me, as would my husband. I would lie on the bathroom floor crying while my husband and my son were asleep, thinking to myself how I might come up with a way to not be here anymore. I had active suicidal ideation and was lower than I have ever been in my life. I didn't have any of the experience that I wanted to have as a new mother, which is so common for so many women, yet so deeply misunderstood. To your point, I had a moment that was transformative for me when I was pushing my son down the stroller. I hadn't been outside in weeks. I can't remember the last time I took a shower. I wasn't taking care of myself. I'd lost a tremendous amount of weight. And as I pushed my son down the stroller, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a bus passing. And my urge in that moment was to throw myself in front of the bus. And stroller, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a bus passing. And my urge in that moment.
I can't hear what she says. What says she saw what?
Saw a bus passing. And
I can't tell
my
what she
urge in
says.
that moment was to throw myself in front of the bus because I was convinced that my son and my husband would be better off without me. And my urge in that moment was to throw myself in front of the bus because I was convinced that my son and my
She said she saw in the corner of her eye a bus passing. I wonder what she said. Yeah, I noticed that, Ever Love Me, about her controlling, seemed to be very controlling and wanted everything probably in order. She said saw a bus passing.
my husband would be better off without me. And as that bus passed, I caught a glimpse of my face in the windows, and I didn't recognize who I saw, but I knew that person needed help. Now, I had the wherewithal in that moment, in that lowest moment, to take myself to the clinic and to get treatment, right? Not all women possess the ability to do that for themselves. In fact, most don't. And this is why women who are struggling with mental illness in the perinatal period are so heavily reliant on the people around them, and why educating friends and family members on what these conditions look like is critical. But I want to share another story with you, because we think, right, societally, that when women experience these illnesses in the pregnancy and the postpartum period, that we can just tell. But what I want you to know is that you cannot judge a book by its cover. So another experience that happened to me, I one day took my son to a park. I got to the park, I looked out at all of these women pushing their children on the swings, catching them as they came down the slide. And I thought, this is the worst place for me to be. I'm surrounded by other mothers who love being a mother, that are doing it the way I wanted to be doing it. I went and I sat down on a park bench. I looked out, and out of the corner of my eye, this woman was walking towards the park bench. She was beautiful. She had her hair done. She had lipstick on. She had this cute little girl that was strapped to her and a baby Bjorn. She got closer to my park bench, and I thought to myself, please don't sit down next to me, because we have nothing in common. She sat down. She took her baby out. She smiled at the baby smiled at her. She looked over at me. She noticed that I, in my frumpy state with a sling and with a baby in it, also was a mother, and said to me, isn't this the greatest thing that ever happened to you? Mm-hmm. And I looked at her and I said, no, this is the hardest thing that I've ever done. And sometimes I wish I never did it. Wow. And her smile faded, and she started to cry. And she said to me, thank you so much for saying that. I feel the same way. Mm. And I really want us to listen to this, because when we watch videos of Lindsay Clancy at swimming pools or at social events, and we see her smiling or engaging with her children, you can never know what is going on behind somebody's smile. And as mothers, we go to extreme lengths to try to let other people know that we're okay. We don't want to be judged. And we feel so guilty and ashamed for not loving this experience the way that we think we're supposed to.
An amazing story, amazing bunch of stories, and it gave me the chills. Still is. Thank you for sharing those. And I think it is so important, because life is not easy. By the way, I'm the son of a psychiatrist and the son of a social worker. My dad passed away, so I've heard stories like this, and it's I think it's refreshing when people, Paige, are open. And I think that mother, it probably still resonates with her 20 years later. So I'm sure you helped her in that moment, and I'm sure you're helping people here today. Tommy, feel free to jump in with questions, because I know you're, it's the defense does cross, but prosecutors cross as well. So feel free to jump in here if you have any questions. But my question to you is, I mean, What's your general sense of the Lindsay Clancy trial? In his openings, Kevin Reddington went after the district attorney, saying literally the district attorney pointed to him in a dramatic moment, said, he's trying to break the soul of my client. Is this prosecutorial overreach, or is this a case that has to be prosecuted, Tommy?
I think it has to be prosecuted. I think it has to be, you've got to decide the standard of your community. Not that any standard won't, murdering children or infanticide, I can't say that word, to occur in their community. So I think it's got to happen. I think in my whole career, I maybe had one time that a guy burned his mother up in a house, and he believed he was setting an altar to the Lord. And my expert, their expert, everybody said he really believes he was sacrificing his mother, to the Lord. And so that was the only time I had a case where I literally let it plead. I will say another hard thing too, and that was, I'm sure it's been talked about, let off. When you have a family, your victims and your defendants are the same people, as far as who the prosecutor's talking to, who the defense counsel's dealing with. And that can be extremely tricky too, whether it's in just working with them in general, or, like today, putting up the husband as a witness because, he may be a fact witness for the prosecution, but a mitigation witness for the defense, and not trying, him not trying to sell anything one way or another, just calling balls and strikes the way he sees them. And so I think it's hard, Paige pointed out, and the difficulty is, say I'd known Paige at that time, maybe I just think she's worn out because she's, her hygiene's down or she's disheveled. The trap for jurors, I think, is you don't know what to buy, because as Paige said, you could be both lucid and psychotic within the same day, within the same time period. I could order the food and then the Lord could tell me to sacrifice the kids while the husband was gone. And so those things are there. I think that's harder for a jury to understand, just like in injury work, it's harder for them to understand a brain injury than it is broken bones. And I think that's, that's part of why we have such difficulty in treating mental health. And I'm in the legislature here in South Carolina, and we just, we're constantly battling. When I was prosecutor, we had drug court, but if somebody had a dual diagnosis, we couldn't put them in because we weren't equipped to handle, the manic depression and the addiction. And so we're really weak on that. It's going to be interesting to me as it plays out, the variety of treatment. I think we're finally recognizing that society throwing a pill at everything without wraparound services doesn't get it done. And I think, the medication she had and how many different times she went through it, I could see, jurors looking at that as a system failure and then failing her. But I don't know that trying the prosecutor, again, I always hate when we watch it on TV, we don't get to see the jurors' faces for obvious confidentiality.
I guess he's heard and seen so much. It seems he just blurts it out, matter of fact.
But, I used to more watch them and think how they received, because we all three sitting here talking could each perceive what the other said in maybe a little bit different way. And the same thing happens with jurors. And so blaming the prosecutor, you got to balance. I mean, she's already there in a wheelchair. I can't think, much worse than her being gone, what, punishment she's already got kind of argument. I think you just got to be careful overplaying it, because, there are 3 children that she took their lives for whatever reason. And that's the thing I have a hard time sometimes too. If I understood what Paige was saying, she considered taking her own life and said that her husband and son would be better off. I think there's a jump sometimes when you take the kid's life, even if you're going to take your own, unless you peel back the onion and see, an abuse situation or a battering situation, and where somehow God's told you to get these children out of these situations by taking them to heaven with you. But, at least this far in this case, we, hadn't heard that part, or I haven't.
Yeah. I'm going to play a clip, but first, this is an interesting question. We'll get an answer from Paige. I'll play the clip, and then I've got a lot more questions for both guests. Fairy Glam, psychologist, in the chat very often. Shout out to Fairy Glam. For Paige, Interesting question. Any stats, literature on the difference of perinatal disorders in single versus partnered mothers? I was going to say it's got to be tougher on single moms, but maybe they don't have to deal with the annoying husbands like me. Or maybe it's easier.
You said it. I didn't. So I want to, one of the things that's so critical to perinatal mental health is that we have expansive data that suggests risk factors. Which women are most at risk of developing one of these conditions. We also know what the greatest risk factors are for developing perinatal psychosis. But one of the risk factors that we know to be true is that single mothers are at a higher risk of developing depression or anxiety during pregnancy and the postpartum than partnered mothers are. So we have so many risk factors, right? And I just want to comment to something that was said about systems, right? And a systems failure. And I have to say, through my lens and my work, this is a systems failure that we're talking about, right? We, as a society, do not value the health and wellness of new mothers in any way, shape, or form as we should. When you think about the care of new mothers in the postpartum period, they get 1 6-week visit with their OBGYN, and that's it. There is no safety net to catch mothers in our society currently. They are nobody's responsibility in the healthcare system. And this is why so often we see these numbers of 80% of women who struggle with mental illness in the postpartum period and don't get the treatment or support they need or deserve. And so I think the case and argument can also be made as we apply it to the Clancy case. This is a situation where systems did fail her. You all should know the risk factors. Everybody should know the risk factors. Why? Because we all have pregnant and postpartum family members and friends. Right? We don't educate people enough on what these illnesses look like, who is most at risk.
Don't you have midwife visits in America after the birth? Don't you have a midwife that comes out to your home? That's what we had. I don't know if they still do it like that.
What are the signs and symptoms? And most importantly, what do we do when somebody's struggling? So there is a lot of system work that needs to change. And I have to say, on a personal level, I really hope that as a result of this case, the fact that we are really looking at perinatal mental health conditions in a way that we haven't for a long time, if ever, that we do see some systems change as a result.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the silver lining here for sure. It's a horrific case, but people are tuning into it. And if anything, it's...
They used to come to the house during the pregnancy at certain stages. I can't remember off the top of my head because it was obviously quite a few years ago. And then after the birth for so many. And then I used to go to the local, it was at the library actually, and it was like a mother and baby group. And then you could get the baby weighed and take we had bread books. And then obviously you'd go to your doctor if you needed to. So
cautionary tale about all this. This is now Patrick Clancy. He's the ex-husband. He by the way, he got remarried, got on with his life, which is a testament to his own strength. Because I think of that. I mean, I think we all think about it through our own lens. And I just don't know that I could ever do that, having 3 kids of my own and now 3 dogs. By the way, this goes on in the Waldman house way past
She had her family there. Not sure about his family, but her family was definitely
postpartum. 3 dogs and 3 kids. It's a lot. So the chaos never ends in our house. Ellie Modoc here. This is very informative. Thank you, Paige, for sharing your insight and experience. And I think we can all echo that. But let me bring up, this is now Patrick Clancy, the ex-husband. He's the first witness that was called. He's going to be back on the stand. Tim Jansen, our criminal defense attorney, will be in court again tomorrow. We'll bring it to you. But here is Patrick Clancy from yesterday on the stand, being questioned by the lead prosecutor, Jennifer Sprague. And I want to ask Tommy about her line of questioning and just her, the way she's asking the question. So let's take a look here.
What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids or them having some sort of ailment. So like she was very worried that Cora had, whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you?
So she
I'm
did.
going to just stop it there. I mean, Paige, what you're hearing Patrick explain here, and by the way, I just want to make, I don't want to get on soapbox, but I don't think anyone has a right to criticize this guy, which did happen publicly for not doing enough.
How bad was it?
She was admitted at one point. They talked about her going to mothers and infants, or I think that's what it's called, out in Rhode Island. And she went to a couple of different places at different points in time. But what you're hearing up to this point, does any of this surprise you in any way? Or is this sort of fairly typical of a woman who is dealing in postpartum depression?
I'm so glad that you found this exact moment to share with your audience. This is a critical distinction right here. And this is an area where, as clinicians, there are two particular perinatal diagnoses that can blur, and that is perinatal obsessive compulsive disorder and psychosis, right? And sometimes these two diagnoses walk a fine line of difference between the two of them. Now, when somebody is experiencing, in many instances, postpartum obsessive compulsive disorder, right? They may be having repetitive, scary, intrusive thoughts of harm coming to themselves and or the baby, and them being the one who ultimately causes the harm. So what does that mean? If I'm a mother who's having scary, intrusive thoughts or potentially OCD, and I'm having these thoughts again and again, and I can't make them stop no matter how much I would like to or how hard I try, an example of this might be, I can't get near the stairs because I'm afraid I'm accidentally going to throw my baby down the stairs. I can't get near the window because I'm afraid I'm accidentally going to throw my baby down the window. Trigger warning, I know that this is hard to hear, but a very common one. I can't go in the kitchen because I'm afraid I might grab a knife and accidentally harm my baby. Now, if you hear this as a lay person, right, I would venture to believe that the hairs on the back of your neck go up and you say to yourself, this is somebody who needs immediate care and intervention. Now, you're not wrong to be concerned. As a clinician, right, we assess in a different way, right? And I am not meaning to simplify how we delineate between the two of these illnesses, but I'm going to boil it down into a question to give you a sense. That question, which Patrick himself pretty much reiterates in his testimony, would you ever actually do that to your child? Somebody who is experiencing scary, intrusive thoughts and perhaps obsessive compulsive disorder will almost always answer no. I would never do that to my kids. The thought is so distressing and disturbing to me, I just want it to stop. That is not psychosis, right? This is what we refer to as an ego dystonic thought. It is out of alignment with somebody's values, right? They can recognize with judgment that that is not okay. Now, when we cross over the line to psychosis, then somebody having these thoughts now is having ego syntonic thoughts. These thoughts are aligned with their psychiatric illness. To them, if you were to ask them the question, would you ever actually do that to your baby? More often than not, they might respond, yes, because it's the only way I can ensure that I will deliver them to heaven and they will have eternal salvation, right? So what we're looking at, and again, I am only giving you clinical perspective. I do not understand all of the ins and outs of this case, but even through the lens of clinical treatment and her providers, on this side of the line, having ego dystonic thoughts, that's very different than being in a psychotic state where you actually think that this is what you should be doing, that these thoughts are aligned with your value system.
So how do we know, I guess the follow-up is, how do we know which line Lindsay Clancy was towing? I mean, I know she's not your client, but how will the jurors know? Did a doctor know? I mean, do we know for sure whether it was psychosis or depression?
I mean, again, I can't, not being fully familiar with the case, not understanding the full symptomatology and all of the other symptoms that were surrounding her in that moment. What I can say to you is we have a mother that was experiencing voice commands that were telling her to kill her children and herself. It was a very distinctive voice of a man that she had never heard before, right? I'm using her words and what both the prosecution and defense are using. This is a hallucination, right? She's hearing something that isn't there, that is telling her to complete this act, right? So this symptom in and of itself, very much so, goes into the category of psychosis. You do not see hallucinations and delusions in any other psychiatric illness in the perinatal period. But again, we will learn as the case unfolds, and we hear expert testimony, and we hear clinical professionals who had an opportunity to speak with Lindsay and actually assess her for her symptoms and her state at that time. I can't make judgments or assessments without that full evaluation and assessment.
Tommy, I promise I'm coming back. This is an amazing guest. And if you have questions, Tommy, jump in. But let me just ask you this, sort of as a cautionary tale from an expert in the field. There were people yesterday who either said Patrick Clancy is not emotional enough, or he moved on too quickly. What do you say to those people?
Listen, trauma, we all respond to trauma and grief differently. There is no right or wrong way to do it. We've all experienced the act of grieving, right? If we've lost a friend or a loved one, some of us might deal with that grief and the pain of that loss by throwing themselves into something else, by perhaps not really wanting to face it or feel it. There are other people who experience grief and loss who are completely shut down by the magnitude of what they have experienced. So I don't think it's not fair for any of us to pass judgment on how somebody processes loss and grief. If you heard him in the questioning today, at one point, he could hardly get his words out. The amount of trauma and loss that this man has experienced, right? And also, again, not to think that I have any sense of what is going on in his mind or what he is carrying, but I can certainly speak from my own lived experience, from my husband's perspective. What did I miss? What could I have done differently? Right? Him carrying the weight of that responsibility on his shoulders. I didn't know. I didn't know what to do to help me. I didn't see it. And I could have, should have, right? I'm not speaking for Patrick. I'm speaking for my husband and how he speaks about my depression and near suicide attempt. So these are things that I want us all to be considering as it pertains to what he's going through right now on the stand.
Wow. Thank you for all that. Tommy, to you, I mean, this is a very difficult job for not only the DA, but obviously the ADA here is asking the questions. Jennifer,
she was labor and delivery
at one point yesterday, and I'll play out the rest of the clip in a second, but at one point yesterday, toward the end of the day, there was sort of an abrupt ending, but she was starting to show family photos, and to Paige's point, Patrick was starting to really have a hard time even answering questions. He was getting obviously emotional in his own way. How careful does the Commonwealth have to be here with the sort of the aggressive nature of the line of questioning, in general, the exhibits used, all these things, because it's so sensitive?
I think job one, it's kind of like I alluded to earlier. I think job one is he is a fact witness. Now, backing up for a second to what Paige was saying, this has got to be a nightmare for this guy on so many different levels. If he has moved on or tried to move on, whether you say it's too fast or not too fast, whatever, he has made a course for his limited time God's got left for him on the earth to do what he can to move forward. And he's having to relive all this. And he can arguably be perceived as a tool against his wife. So there's that angle on it. The family members, I'm sure, are present. And so it is, as you see from his expression, in addition to grief, it's got to be just abject misery to go through it. I used to tell people in the death penalty case, you have the fact portion and then you have the penalty portion, and a lot more can come in the penalty portion. And for example, in the Smith.
They're literally just coming back. I had it open, so we've got the sound on. Literally just coming back as you said that. Oh God, it's so warm. Ooh. Got a bag of frozen chips on me. I don't think they're frozen anymore though. Well, it wasn't a full bag. There was only some left in it. They won't be frozen now. Ow. Thought they were starting. Maybe I swapped over too quick. Let's go back a minute. Yeah, I've got it open, the sound on, so when it starts, I'll hear it. I'm going to go back to this for a minute.
Case, I had David Smith, the father, and I literally always say I brought the boys back to life. You got pictures of them, you got video, you got him telling about giving them baths, about playing, in the park, and their favorite video. I mean, it was just gut-wrenching because I'm bringing them back to life to take him to the time when Susan said they were kidnapped, to then take them to the time you were betrayed, and you're
you chat away, Dreams. You chat away. You don't have to be. You say as much.
Having to go through, and he and I talked about it before he testified. I apologize for having to take you through this, but I don't know how to tell a jury the tragic impact of what went on without you. And I think that's what you have here. Again, a little different twist, perhaps. Maybe, David was fully supportive of, prosecution of Susan. This husband probably wishes there was a way that she could be treated and they could move on. I guess, again, I'm like, Paige, I don't know everything about the case. I'm just.
Turns out that some of the medication she only took a few days, a few pills.
I'm just looking at where he's sick. I will point out, too, for your listeners, I have seen things in courtroom you wouldn't believe as far as people's effect, as far as the way people deal with, trauma. The worst that I've seen is probably a rape victim that giggles when you're asking the questions, concerning the sexual assault. And it's certainly not because they think it's a laughing matter. That's their nervous reaction, But as a juror looking at them, they think, well, she must not think it's a big deal, but it's her embarrassment. And so my point being, it's hard to judge. Now, we're going to do it because we tell 12 jurors, don't leave your common sense at the door. Everything you got in life, you bring to the table. And so that can almost hurt sometimes, that they're trying to judge one way or another. But I think whether they think he's sympathetic or complicit probably doesn't go too deep. into the factual matter that you have the lives lost and have to make the ultimate determinations, as Paige alluded to, of what the defendant's state of mind was at the time and what she marched out. That's why you heard the prosecution talking about, the mechanics of ordering the food and all the things to do. And then Paige would then testify that it could be on and off and on and off, and almost say, yeah, like the story, because that's what prosecutors would say when Paige said that too, I think.
Yeah, I appreciate that. If you're just joining STS, please hit the like and subscribe button. We've got an active Patreon page. If you don't know who you're listening to, it is Tommy Pope, who was the prosecutor in the infamous Susan Smith case, and Paige Bellenbaum. She is a thought leader and one of the top experts in all things postpartum. And she is a fascinating guest, and I hope they will both come back. Tommy has just a few more minutes, and then I'm hoping Paige can stick around and field some questions from STS. If you want to start putting in some triple Q's or P's for Paige, you can do that. But let me play out the rest of this soundbite, and then some more questions to follow on the flip side. Again, this is Patrick Clancy. Yesterday, there was no court today, offering testimony about his wife, Lindsay, and the murder of his 3 children.
Whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes. And
let me go back for a minute there. You said, do you have a plan? And she said no. What was the second part of the question?
I said, do you find it disturbing? Okay. And she said yes. And she described it as really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And
really hot today in the UK.
Did she tell you how long she had those thoughts for?
She didn't give a duration.
All right, so the thoughts are 100% there. I mean, Paige, do you have a plan? Was one of the questions he asked.
Wish it rain and cool the air.
And then he asked her, do you find it disturbing? I'm just thinking narcissistically, I guess, if God forbid my wife, who's the COE, the chief of everything on this show, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I would feel guilt. I don't know if I would feel like I wasn't doing enough. I guess my question is, what stands out to you about that? But also, how are partners affected by this? Do they typically feel like they are coming up short in terms of helping? Do you feel sort of helpless?
Yeah, I'm so glad that you're raising partners in all of this. A lot of my work focuses on partners through the lens of how do we better equip partners to recognize what these conditions look like, and also focusing on partners because they too are susceptible to developing depression and anxiety in the postpartum period. In fact, we know about 1 in 10 fathers develop depression, and about 18% of fathers develop anxiety. And so this is more of an emerging topic, and I'm grateful for it because we know that fathers are at greater risk of developing depression and anxiety if their wife or their partner is struggling. So, this
I don't want to interrupt, but I'm going to interrupt because look at this comment right here from Macon Clay, and I don't mean to throw Macon Clay under the proverbial bus. He didn't do enough. What do you say?
Listen, we, a lot of progress has been made through the lens of mental health. I think there's a greater level of awareness out there, but we are nowhere near where we need to be. We prioritize and have a much more firm understanding, and I'm talking about just humanity and your general layperson when it comes to physical health conditions than mental health conditions. People are not taught, right? When you think about childbirth education classes, or you think about classes that newborn care, right, that couples go to learn about how to take care of a baby, Rarely, if ever, in those teachable moments are people learning about perinatal mental health. Even more rare are fathers and partners being told and taught, hey, did you know that 1 in 5 new and expecting mothers experience a PMAD? There's a really good chance that your wife might be struggling. Oh, and by the way, the greatest risk factor is if she's experienced mental illness in the past. If she's had depression or anxiety or bipolar disorder, which is the biggest red flag for the development of psychosis in the postpartum, you need to know what this looks like and what to do.
Close it down.
We don't provide that psychoeducation to families, let alone partners. So for us to expect that fathers are going to just intuitively know what these illnesses look like and know what to do, we have failed as a society by not giving them that awareness. We cannot expect fathers to just know, right? If nobody's telling them what this is and what it looks like, how on earth would they ever know what to do?
I think they're back, but I don't know if they're doing anything. I think give it an extra long break because is he back on the stand? Yeah, I think they had an extra long break because she had a break. She broke down, didn't she? But I don't know if that's the reason. Sound is off. Why isn't it sound? He's back on the witness stand. That. Oh, he's back for the cross-examination. The defense. To the back of his head. What the frig?
If you can recognize the handwriting. So I'm going to run behalf of this.
Any objection?
Yes.
All right, if I could see counsel.
Bit of an objection there, so they're going on sidebar. Let's bring back in our guests who are standing by. We have with us Joanna Nieves, who's watching along with us. Joanna, Patrick is back on the stand. What are you picking up on with cross-examination now? Does he seem a little bit more relaxed than he did on direct examination?
See that, Mr. Lindsay?
Yeah.
No, not really. I think this is probably a very difficult thing for him, no matter who's asking the questions. I think he did a really great job of staying composed for the most part on direct. And so,
what's the date if you can read it? I can't.
It says May 11th, 2015.
And does that indicate, would that, to your knowledge, be around when she started working as a labor delivery nurse?
I thought she started a little early, but I'm not sure.
You see the name of the little girl that was born on that date that was her first delivery?
Yeah.
What's the name?
It's Cora.
And is that the reason you guys named Cora?
It was, yeah.
Can you tell the jurors, as a husband living with Lindsay over the years, what kind of a mother was she?
She was very dedicated. She did everything. She started reading them books at 3 months. And she made up songs for them. I remember she used to make green eggs and ham for Cora guess you like that book.
Is that one of the Dr. Seuss books?
Yeah. She brought them to music classes.
You're quite the musician yourself, isn't that right?
I play a few instruments, yeah.
You play guitar?
Yep.
Dedicated
In
mother.
your home, one of the things that appears to be striking is that almost every room, other than maybe a bed, well, actually a bedroom, but was dedicated to children. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Like you didn't have a fancy dining room, right?
We did not, no.
What did you have in the dining room?
We had the table that I grew up with.
How about stuff on the wall in the different rooms? Did she put things, wall hangings on the walls for the kids?
There was a lot of art projects, stickers, things like that.
Yeah, were they hanging from the wall?
Yeah.
One of the photographs that the government had was photograph that, excuse me, if you can identify for us, is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of one of your rooms?
Yeah.
And what room would that be?
That's the playroom.
Right off of this room?
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 58.
Thank you.
If I may put exhibit 58 up so the jurors and his owner can see it. There's some kind of like, looks as though it's boxed out window. So are we standing in the kitchen looking into that room through that boxed out window?
Yeah.
And all those objects, obviously, that are in that room would be kids' toys and things of that nature, right?
Right.
Do you recognize this photograph as being just a sample or sampling of the kids' rooms?
Yeah.
You know which room that was?
I think it was Dawson's.
Okay, right off of this.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 59.
All right, thank you.
This one here has a bunch of stickers. It's got Bruce Lightyear, or whatever his name is, over to the right. It's got an alphabet, A, B, C, D, things of that nature, correct?
It's Paw Patrol.
Okay. And again, following through on that same theme, you recognize this photograph as well being another portion of that wall?
Yeah.
And what are those, decals?
Yeah, they're just big stickers.
Okay. In the interest of time, Your Honor, I would just say, you also identify this as being one of the kids' walls. Would that be what you were telling us would be art projects?
Yeah,
And they were hanging on the wall?
correct.
Who hung them on the wall?
I think Lindsay did.
And would she also take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pictures of the kids?
Yeah.
Do you recall her putting together a little collage saying newborn, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and then hanging that on the wall?
Yeah, she did it for each kid.
And which child was that?
That one's Dawson.
It's tragic.
Did you have occasion to see her interact with Dawson as a...
Greg, did you wish to introduce those photographs?
Thank you, I appreciate it. You still...
Exhibit 60 and 61.
Okay, thank you.
Can you describe for the jurors her relationship with Dawson? I know he's a little kid, but I mean, did she, to your observation, did she love Dawson?
She loved Dawson very much. No.
You are familiar with, as her husband, Lindsay's, let's say, use of social media, such as Facebook, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us, would you look at her Facebook a lot and the pictures that she would post?
To be honest, no, not really.
Okay. Were you able to identify any of her postings on Facebook?
Probably.
Okay. Representative over the years, or the period of time, I'm going to ask if you can identify this particular Facebook.
And if we may approach briefly.
Sure, yeah, Council.
That's so sad, isn't it? I think it is in the UK, though, to be fair. I don't know. Maybe different to America. I don't know. It's hard to know. We're caught right up. Mm-mm-mm. So if they find her guilty, I wonder if she'll go in a psychiatric facility for the rest of her life. Where would they put her? Would she go in the proper prison? You think medical? God, it's still not. What's the temperature here? 77 degrees, mostly cloudy. It feels hotter than that. Jeez. I think specifically true. What's that say? I think a specific YouTube reporter spent most of the sentence in medical. What do you mean, a specific YouTube reporter? Oh, yeah, I know you mean. Most litigious man. I didn't know that. As in the mental health side, rather than jail. Hmm. I know you mean them. Didn't know that. It's a long sidebar, isn't it? Okay, see you later, dreamers. Dreams escape, sorry, not dreamers. Dreams escape. Like, hope it's well air conditioned in there. Sure it is, isn't it?
Through 75.
Mr. Clancy, and if I ask a question and it's difficult, or if you need a break, I'm sure that, listeners will certainly give you a break.
Yep.
If I push too hard, just let me know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Appreciate it.
Okay, so again, just representative of the Facebook postings that Lindsay would post as the mother of your children. This, for example, would be July of 2018.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors who that would be?
That's Cora.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to stretch my legs.
Moving forward,
Be listening on the headphones.
June of 2021. Can you tell us who that?
That's Cora and Dawson.
Okay. Again, the end of July 2021.
That's us with Cora and Dawson.
August 2021.
Dawson.
Okay. End of August 2021.
It's Cora and Dawson.
August again of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Number 1 of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Is that first day of preschool?
Yeah.
September of 21.
That's Lindsay and Cora.
And was that some kind of like a family fun day, if you recall, where there was like lots of things for kids to get in?
Yeah.
The end of September 21. Callan?
No, that's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. September 21. Callan was born when? I'm sorry.
May 2022.
Okay. And Christmas Eve, December 24th of 2021.
That's Cora's birthday.
Okay, and that's her birthday party that year?
Yeah.
Now that's 2021, right?
Correct.
Fast forward 1 year, and that would be December, Christmas of 2022, right?
Right.
And was that when you guys had the birthday party for Cora at the trampolines?
No.
When was that?
I believe it was January 7th.
Okay, but that would have been for that particular birthday, right?
That was for the birthday with friends because most people weren't available on Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then down. Again, September 1st of 22. Remember when that was taken?
Yeah, that's with Callan and Dawson.
Was that your yard?
That's in the backyard.
Backyard. Okay. This would have been September of 22, obviously right before 23, right?
Right.
So this one here, July of 22, can you tell the jurors, you guys had a pretty good summer that year?
It was a good summer. Yeah, that was on Cape Cod.
This picture was on Cape Cod?
Yeah.
Couple of points that I wanted to raise, sir, with you. We have an email sent from your, is it Surface Pro? Is that what it's called?
That was my laptop. Yeah.
I'm going to approach you, sir, and ask if you can identify this as being an email that you sent.
Yeah.
Okay. Put off of that, Your Honor.
The objection.
I'd just like to know the purpose of.
Purpose? I'll
Yes.
tell you the purpose.
No.
We could approach sidebar.
Sure. Yeah.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. That may be admitted.
Well, while we're waiting for the copy, let me just move on to something else. Do you recall yesterday the district attorney was asking you a question or stated to you that on December 2nd of 2022, that you and your wife went to a fancy hotel in Boston and she had a massage and you both had a big dinner? Do you recall her asking you that question?
Yeah.
And in fact, would you agree, sir, that you did not, in fact, go to a fancy hotel on December 2nd of 22, being a Saturday night before your anniversary, the 3rd? You stayed at home, didn't you?
We did. We stayed at home.
And when you were asked that question by the DA, she wanted the inference to be that Lindsay Clancy in December of 22 was so relaxed that she wanted to have a massage and have a big dinner in a hotel. In fact, she was in her bedroom that night, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained. If you could rephrase that.
I'm approaching you with what appears to be from one of the photographs that the district attorney had showed you yesterday with her in a mask, and I believe the Dawson in a mask, right? And then
Yep.
now that photograph, sir, was actually preserved, if you will, on the Laptop Pro computer. Isn't that right? Did she send that to you?
She sent it to my computer.
Okay.
I don't know.
And where was she? Do you remember when that picture was taken? Let me
I
just show you.
didn't see
Yeah. That's what the photograph was.
It looks like they're at the doctor.
At the doctor's office. Okay. And can you tell me the date that that picture, right hand corner top, What date was that picture taken? It's sent to your computer.
It's December 2nd.
The same date that we're talking about, correct? And what
Correct.
time was the picture sent?
12:45 p.m.
Okay. So the jury. So when you're dealing with these things on the computers, it's a little hard sometimes to understand what they're depicting, and I'm having a hard time moving it. There it is. All right. Right there, you see that there? That's the date that we're talking about, right?
Right. Just to clarify, though, it looks like that was on an iPhone.
Oh, I'm sorry, iPhone. Okay, it was sent to you, though.
Correct.
And it was on December 2nd, the date that the DA was suggesting you were in Boston having massages and dinner, right?
Objection, that was December 3rd.
All right.
It's
Well,
the jury's memory, but.
yeah, if you can answer that.
Do you recall, sir, that she also had sent you the same day or taken a picture of what appears to be Cora's Christmas list, wish list? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you look at the record on that, that was sent if you can read that.
It's December 2nd at 6:13 p.m.
6:13 p.m. And then finally, if you look at the metadata that is apparently
Hey,
buried
Jason.
in the photograph, it gives latitude and longitude of where the photograph was taken. Is that right? You're familiar with metadata, I would imagine. No way I can't do this.
The tape on the thing tells you where to put the.
Yeah, that's our address.
Okay. And that would be the metadata with the latitude and the longitude and shows you where these photos were taken, correct?
Correct.
What about these, Ron?
So I think we had Exhibit 76. They're making a copy of that. Do you want to mark that? I don't know if we marked that yet. That was the earlier one, just so everybody can keep this straight. And this latest email would be Exhibit 77.
That would be the letter, the email? Yeah, the email right here. Yep.
Let's go and get an ice cream.
Yes.
Magnum, pistachio Magnum.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, sir, Exhibit 76 is an email from you to, and we will going to delete the people that are on the email, if I may, Your Honor, as we mark it as an exhibit. Let me approach you. Does it indicate the date and the time at the very top? You sent that email to your staff members or people that work with you.
It does. Yep.
Tell the jurors what the date was.
It's January 24th at 5:24.
And that was sent from your Surface Pro?
I don't know, actually. It could have been sent from my iPhone.
Right off of this one. There we go.
Yeah. That would be Exhibit 76.
Now, when was Callan born?
May 26, 2022.
My memory serves that it was a good birth. It was not easy birth, but I mean, there were no complications.
There are no complications.
And were both of you very happy with Callan being
Yeah.
born healthy? And
Yeah, we felt very lucky.
and then in that summer of 22, you had one of the best summers that you've had, right?
Yeah.
What happened in October of 2022?
Lindsay's mental health started to deteriorate.
And when you say that, sir, what is it that you, as her husband, observed?
Just increased stress and anxiety.
And did she, as a result of that, go to see or reach out for help to see someone?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe it was Jennifer Tufts.
Now, Jennifer Tufts is a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And where is she located?
I never went to her office. Somewhere on the South Shore.
Do you remember when Lindsay went to see Jennifer Tufts?
I don't remember the exact date. I think it was sometime in September. Oh, I wasn't really involved at the beginning of Jennifer Tufts.
Of course. Do you recall that the difficulties or the trouble, so to speak, began towards the end of September into October of 22?
Yeah, it was pretty gradual.
Okay. But do you remember when the DA asked you yesterday whether or not you used your computer to Google suicide in, I think it was August of 22? Do you remember her asking you that question?
Yes.
And do you remember your response?
No, honestly.
You said no.
Did you?
I don't think I did, no.
No. But I'm going to show you, sir,
Why would he be Googling suicide?
of your computer. Have in mind that the question was asked of you as to whether or not in August of 22, you Googled suicide, and you responded no, right?
Correct.
The inference being, I guess, that back in August of 22, she would have Googled, apparently, right?
Sure.
You know a guy named Tim Hall?
I think you mean Tom Hall.
Yeah, Tom Hall, I apologize. Who's Tom Hall?
He's a musical artist.
He's a what artist?
Like a country artist.
Country. Is he like a guitar playing guy or singer?
Yeah, was.
When you say was, what happened to him?
He committed suicide.
And I'm going to show you, sir, your Surface Pro records back in August of 22.
He said it wasn't him though, didn't he?
Recall Googling the name Tom Hall so you could access one of his new albums or new records.
Hey, Pen, does it?
I do remember briefly listening to Tom Hall's music.
Okay. Now you've never seen you haven't seen this document before, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this would be, I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. When you get a phone dump or a computer record
I
dump,
thought he said it wasn't him that Googled it
all of the
earlier.
sites that somebody would go on Google, Wikipedia, things like
Right.
that. If you can look to the right.
Yep.
I thought he said it wasn't him.
You see, I think it says Tom Hall.
Mm.
Yeah.
What does it say on Tom Hall?
It says his Wikipedia page.
Yeah, I think he said he didn't look it up. Yeah.
So
I thought he said before that he didn't look up suicide. It wasn't him.
here
Hey, Evie.
we've got
This is the second day of the trial. Yesterday there was no
so
trial.
that shows you when somebody Googles and then it goes Wikipedia. And you see where up above it says suicide methods?
Yeah.
Now you didn't, as you said to the DA, you didn't Google suicide methods, right?
Yeah,
I
she's
didn't
in the
Google
courtroom.
suicide methods now.
But in fact, sir, when you Google Tom Hall, it took you to the Wikipedia page and it said that he died, right?
He did, yeah.
And then you clicked on the Wikipedia page and it went into a hyperlink. You know what a hyperlink is? I imagine you
Yeah.
do. I don't. Hyperlink.
Yeah.
He's a tech guy. He's going to know, isn't he?
So like in Wikipedia, it would be a word that's highlighted in blue and it goes to a website.
Okay. So
It's been a lot of breaks today.
if I suggest to you, sir, that as you move down on your searches that afternoon, that you were looking at Tom Hall, that it brought you to ways to commit suicide, Tom Hall, Google search, again, Tom Hall, all on that date at the same time. And you were just looking to see about the guy because he killed himself, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Right off of this one.
Any objection?
Can I just see the packet?
Oh, yeah.
Again,
AP.
I got that discovery from the DA, so it's.
Work for Microsoft. I think you'd know what a
It's
hyperlink
an
is.
email from his
We'll just
expert, not us.
just take a look at it and we'll kind of go from there. Hold on a second.
Yeah, she's there, look, in a wheelchair in court.
While she's looking at that, I just asked her, what is a URL? What does that mean?
Hold on a second. Just wait till she gets a chance to finish.
Hold on.
Yes, I would object.
If I could
They
see-
didn't play the 911 call. They didn't play it publicly. If she was calculated in this, what proves he is the one that looked? I don't get what you're saying, beautiful disaster. I don't understand your. If she was calculated in this, what proves he is the one that looked? I don't know. I don't know how you could prove that was him. Unless she was away somewhere else and couldn't possibly at that computer at that time. They didn't play the 911 call though, Paige does it. Have you heard it before? I heard it years ago. Really? Oh gosh, I don't want to hear it. Yeah, they didn't play it. The judge said no recording, no redistributing it or anything. So Friday is the house. Anybody that's coming in now, Friday is the house viewing. Somebody else is living in the house now, so I wonder if they got a really good deal on it, like a low price.
So while that's being marked Exhibit E for ID, basically that would at least refresh your memory, sir, that in fact, inadvertently, that you touched the Wikipedia thing for suicide, but it was for Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Sounds like that was the case.
Okay. Do you recall what medication Lindsay was put on by Dr. Tufts?
She started with Zoloft.
Now, counsel had asked you about whether or not Lindsay was on Zoloft or any SSRI antidepressant medication in the past. Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
Do you remember her asking about that you were having a conversation with her and she said that she was going on Zoloft and that she had already been to Tufts, or was it Tufts that she got the script from?
Correct.
Okay. She told you that, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hide that from you, right?
No.
And it was, you were at a wedding. Is that right? You were walking down the street, the two of you together, like at the end of the night. She basically told you that she had to use the meds.
It was earlier in the day. It was before the wedding, but yeah.
Okay. And do you recall how, to your observation, how dedicated was she to taking her medications as instructed by the numerous doctors that she ultimately saw?
She always took them as instructed.
I thought
Do
that
you
wasn't
remember,
true.
Did she in fact have a diary that she kept of the milligrams, the type of medication?
Thought she
the
wasn't
date that
taking
took
them,
the
they said.
medication, and what, if any, reactions that she had to it? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And do you remember where that was kept? Did she keep it in any particular place?
I think she kept it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen. So I'm going to show you a photograph that the state police took in your house Is this a fair and
Prosecution
accurate
said that she
depiction
wasn't
of
taking
the
them.
kitchen?
Yeah.
So that kind of shows a bunch of books that are in like a cabinet or something, right?
Right.
I'm going to show you this enlarged spine, if you will, of a book. I ask if you ever saw that before.
I don't recall seeing this.
Would you agree, sir, that this book is, in fact, the same book, the same coloring that was in the bunch of books in your kitchen?
Yeah.
The prosecutor said that
And on
there
this
was only a
book,
few pills gone.
you see what the caption of the book is.
Yeah, it says
Heather.
good moms have scary thoughts.
And I'm going to approach you with this document, sir, which would be a number of pages from the book, the cover of the book, and the inside of the book. Just, you've never seen that before, though?
Don't recall seeing this.
Okay. So with that understanding, Your Honor, I will not offer this.
There was like 7 gone out of 30 in one bottle.
Hold on. Counsel, come up. If you could, Mr. Reddick, if you could show
not.
what it is that you.
I'm sorry, you said you're not offering it?
Well, don't have the foundation. Is that?
Okay.
All right. Any objection?
No.
Okay.
So can I put it in?
Yes, that's
Oh,
fine.
okay, great, thank you.
No objection to him not offering it.
All right.
If
No,
I
I'm
could just
lost.
look at it,
Yeah.
there may
Well,
not.
why don't we do this? Why doesn't everybody come over here with that? We can kind of figure out where we go.
Yeah, it seems like she's been switched up on her meds a lot, but she wasn't taking many of them. According to the prosecution, anyway. I guess that hopefully they'll talk more about that later.
I would offer the book, well, a copy of the book.
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
I mean,
Who
whether
was
you
the
like
next
him or not, he
doctor,
is
if
old
you
school,
recall,
isn't he?
that Lindsay went to consult with?
Julie Paul.
And is this a doctor or a nurse practitioner?
I don't remember with Julie Paul. It was very brief.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that Julie Paul was at South Shore?
Yeah. Correct.
And Julie Paul was a friend of your mother's, is that right?
Yeah, I think they were acquaintances. Yeah.
And your mother was a nurse also at South Shore Hospital.
In L&D. Yeah.
L&D Labor and Delivery, same thing. Okay. And your mother was good enough to refer Lindsay to this person to consult with, right?
Yeah, I don't think it was a formal referral. I think she just said this is a specialist that you might want to talk with.
All right. And did she go to see the specialist?
Yeah.
And did you go with her, or was this a?
No, I never met
Should
Julie
back
Paul.
myself up. Were these like in-person meetings, or are they like what do you call them, Zoom meetings? And
Most of the meetings were Zoom. The only in-person that I'm aware of was with Rebecca Gelata.
Rebecca Gelata. Okay, and that was because you insisted on it, right?
I thought it was warranted at that time. Yeah.
Right, because you were pretty much at your wit's end with the 15-minute Zooms, and you wanted to sit down eyeball to eyeball and talk to this person, right?
I hadn't attended any prior to that. I just wanted to get clarification. I wanted to see if we could get on the same page.
All right. So now Lindsay's on Zoloft from Dr. Tufts, the psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And then that runs into when she goes to see Nurse Paul.
Can you clarify?
What was it?
Can you clarify what you're asking?
Yeah, what month? When was it that she saw Nurse Paul?
Maybe October, but I'm not sure.
Okay. When she saw Nurse Paul, do you remember where she saw Nurse Paul, or was it a video thing?
I don't know. I wasn't involved.
Okay. Did Nurse Paul prescribe medication to her?
I'll allow it if he knows.
I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. Do you recall whether or not, to your opinion, that she had any reactions to the Zoloft that she had been placed on by Dr. Tufts?
Yeah,
I don't
he's
know any
remarried.
observations that were made.
Right, so it's not guesswork, it's observations, anything you saw and observed.
Yeah, it seemed to align with her insomnia symptoms.
Now, the insomnia, inability to sleep, was that a significant problem from your observations with her?
Yeah, it was a huge problem.
And when you say huge problem, was there one point when she was on medication from Tufts that in fact she had gone 48 hours, I think, without sleep?
Yeah.
And that was disturbing to her?
Yeah, and it was just hard to function.
And how about you? Was it disturbing to you?
I just wanted her to get sleep and feel better.
Now, during that period of time, she then went and saw the next doctor, a nurse practitioner, which we talked about, which would be nurse practitioner Paul at South Shore, right?
Right.
Now, after seeing nurse practitioner Paul, if you remember, or no, did you observe, did she seem to get better or did she seem to get worse?
It would be hard to say. It was, I think it was a week at most.
Was she diagnosed with bipolar?
It's really hard to say in that short a time frame.
Sure. And when you say a week at most, you mean that's
Oh my
like she
God.
was seeing nurse practitioner Paul for about a week?
Yeah, and I mean, she may have only seen her once. It was very brief, and then she got reassigned somewhere, so.
And the reason, if you know, that she got reassigned somewhere would be nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Right.
Same practice, right?
Right.
And the reason was because Paul moved on to another job, right?
Right.
So Lindsay wasn't out doctor hunting. She was referred by the nurse practitioner that was referred to you guys by your mom because Paul was leaving, right?
Yeah, she just switched doctors in the same practice.
All right. Now she sees Dr. Gelada, right?
Right.
Did Dr. Gelada, to your knowledge, put her on medication?
Yeah.
And what was the medication, if you know?
Mainly Seroquel and benzodiazepines, Ativan.
No, benzodiazepines. They're addictive, right?
Apparently.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
And a benzo would be, for example, Ativan, correct?
Correct.
Now, Seroquel, she was placed on Seroquel as well. Is that correct?
Right.
And to your observation, again, you're not a doctor, what you saw of your wife, was she affected positively or negatively by the Seroquel that she was on?
It appeared that she was affected very negatively.
Does it make you
and
feel,
she's
Heather?
reporting that that she was getting worse on the Seroquel.
And do you know, did she report that to Dr. Gelada?
Yeah.
When she would consult with Dr. Gelada, prior to you actually going, do you know, were they all on video? If you know.
I believe, yeah, they were all on Zoom.
Okay. Do you have any opinion for the jury as to approximately how long these
Not
meetings
sure.
on Zoom would be with the nurse practitioner?
Probably around 20 minutes.
At some point, do you recall that you went with Lindsay to see Dr. Gelada? Is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember, if you remember, when that was?
Early December.
In early December of 2022, can you tell the jury from your observations, how did Lindsay appear? How was she acting? How was she faring?
She was extremely sleep deprived and just highly anxious.
Was there a number of occasions that you would actually see her on the sofa, rocking back and forth with her head under a pillow?
Yeah,
Did you report that and other symptoms to Dr. Gelada?
Lindsay did.
So when was it, if you recall, that you went and saw Dr. Gelada with your wife, person to person?
When was it?
Yep.
Early December. I think it was December 6th.
And do you remember, you have a pretty good memory about this, do you remember what medication she was prescribed by Gelada?
Coming out of that meeting.
Yep.
Yeah, she increased the Seroquel significantly, and then she prescribed her Valium to help taper off of the benzos.
Taper off the benzos?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did Lindsay go to doctors to seek out benzodiazepines or drugs just because she was a drug addict?
No. Lindsay, I think, wanted to. She definitely didn't want to take any more benzodiazepines, and definitely didn't want to take any more Seroquel. I think that it wasn't really a matter of trying to get off the medication; it was just trying to get on the right medication.
Okay. Let's say mid-December, what observations, if any, heading up towards Christmas, did you guys endure?
She seemed to get worse. The Seroquel was increased to 400 milligrams.
400?
Yeah. And,
by Dr. Gelada?
Yeah. And the idea behind that
I
was
don't know.
it would help with sleep. But she didn't get better. She got worse.
Do you recall that at one point she went to a place called Women's and Infants
Yeah.
in Rhode Island?
Right.
Women and Infants Center for Women's Behavioral Health. Do you recall that?
Right.
Do you remember when she actually went to Women's Behavioral Health?
Sometime in mid-December. I don't know the exact date.
All right. So if I suggest to you, sir, that I have certified copies of the Women and Infants medical records indicating that on December 20th of 2022, that was the day that you dropped her off at Women. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer the certified copies of the Women and Infants hospital records.
Would object, we don't have a copy of those.
All right.
You don't have these?
Could I see everybody here?
She was seeking help, that's for sure. It wasn't like she was hiding away and not doing anything. It's a tough one, isn't it? It's like, did she have, was it psychosis or, it's a hard one. Because you can't imagine doing it to your own children. Ooh. Oh, we're finally going to get a breeze. I don't know. I don't know about the toxicology. I'm learning as we go along. Well, it's the medication that he triggered something. That's what I mean. 3 children under 5 she had. Bad. I'm on this side.
So, Mr. Clancy, do you remember that day, December 20th of 2022, that she went to that place? How did she get there?
I drove her.
And do you remember dropping her off?
Yeah.
Do you remember what her state of mind was to go there? Was she scared? Was she happy? Was she?
I think she was scared.
Do you remember what you did that day?
I took Dawson skiing.
And where did you go skiing?
Wachusett.
At some point in the afternoon, did you receive a phone call?
Yeah.
Was it from Lindsay?
Yeah.
And as a result of the phone call, what did you do?
She said that you need to come pick me up, and the doctors here want to talk to you, have you come in and talk for a bit.
Okay. Did you go and talk to him?
Yeah.
Do you remember who you talked to?
I don't remember their names.
Do you remember the conversation? Did you describe or indicate what her symptoms were at that point in December 20th of 2022?
Yeah, the conversation was they didn't.
Objection.
I've not really followed it apart
Sustained
from
at this
covering BJ doing it, so I'm
Did
learning.
the people at Women's and Infants,
I'm learning sort of like as a juror because I've only seen bits of it through what BJ's covered.
facility in Rhode Island prescribe any medication?
So I'm learning. I don't know.
I don't think so.
They provide any counseling or anything?
I think they tried to, but they felt that it wasn't the right fit for Lindsay.
Do you recall that in fact it was because of the drugs? They weren't sure what symptomology would be because of the drugs?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not the people at Women and Infants in Rhode Island reached out to Dr. Gelada?
Objection.
I don't think so.
If he knows.
I don't think they did, no.
I'll put my email in chat.
And was it one day or half a day that she went to Women and Infants in Rhode Island?
It was a half a day.
Half a day. So after you pick her up and you bring her home, it's now you
There you go.
and the kids and Lindsay,
Oh.
and it's days before Christmas, right?
I should have just
Yeah,
put
and
a
her
command
parents
in
were
really,
there.
shouldn't I?
Why were her parents there?
They were visiting, trying to help out, and I took Dawson to watch. So they stayed home with Cora and Callan.
Now, during that time frame in December of 22, maybe a little bit before, maybe after Thanksgiving, did your mom and dad and Lindsay's parents come to your house and try to help out with the kids?
Yeah, I think it was separately though.
Yeah, of course it would be separate. I mean, what would they do?
It'd have been quicker than typing it out.
Just
no?
be there, help out, play with them, to get takeout, play Scrabble.
Did Lindsay's mother and father actually stay there and sleep in the basement for?
They did.
Okay,
Yeah.
BCTV.
Were you aware personally? Let me back up. You and Lindsay, as husband and wife, would in effect sleep in the same bedroom. Is that correct?
Yeah.
There was an occasion, though, that she said to you about you go downstairs, and then I think she ended up downstairs.
Yeah, for the purposes of her getting better sleep.
And for her purposes of getting better sleep, were you aware that on one occasion she used a gummy, a sleep aid gummy? Did you know that?
I don't recall that, but we did have them in the house.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, was Lindsay a person that liked to smoke the weed and use the CBDs oils and all that stuff, or did she not imbibe in
I
that?
don't know. She didn't smoke.
So you had these gummies in the house, sleep aid, right?
I mean, some people might call them a sleep aid.
Okay. Heading into the holidays of 22, do you recall where you spent Christmas?
I think it was at our house. We celebrated Cora's birthday.
He's very old
And
school,
I think
the
we
guy.
actually
isn't
went
he?
down to Wallingford,
Depends.
Connecticut, to be with her parents after.
Her parents?
Yeah.
Okay. And then heading into January of 23, who did she then see for doctors or nurse practitioners, if you know?
After she got back from McLean,
Yes.
she switched back to Jennifer Tufts.
Now, before she switches back to Tufts in January, on New Year's of 2022, 2023, you guys drive to Boston, go to MGH, and ultimately she turns herself into McLean Hospital, right?
Right.
Now, McLean Hospital is basically a locked ward facility, correct?
Correct.
Was she allowed to just wander around and leave the place whenever she wanted?
She couldn't leave, but inside she could go to different areas.
Can you tell the jury what her state of mind was as she went to McLean Hospital with her husband on New Year's 23 at that point?
She was scared. She didn't want to go, but I think it was the second time we went to the ER, and I said, "You have to go."
Now at McLean Hospital, I know you visited with her. Is that correct?
Yeah.
District Attorney asked you yesterday about the excellent care that she was provided with all these counselors and therapists, and you indicated that it was your understanding that she was playing with clay and coloring, right?
Right.
Can you describe for the jury what McLean was like to you as a husband visiting his wife? In other words, were there doctors, were there nurses, were there people in the hallways?
What I saw was it looked like mainly nurses. It was the tail end of COVID, so they were mostly behind this plastic covered area. And it could have been just the time of day that I visited, but people were hanging around, watching TV, playing with clay.
Do you know whether or not she saw a doctor or psychiatrist ultimately from McLean Hospital?
I was not aware of that. The only one I was aware of it was the doctor on the second to last or final day.
And what was that,
Yeah.
Dr. Goodhart?
Yeah.
Just seemed like she was trying to get a lot of help.
I ended up calling her. I wanted to see what her evaluation was. So I gave her a call and we spoke, and
It doesn't.
she said, she's clearly depressed.
Sustained.
Okay.
Hearsay, isn't it?
So you spoke to Dr. Goodhart. Did Dr. Goodhart, to your knowledge, prescribe any medication?
I think she recommended medication, and then
How many medications did she recommend?
I don't know if she recommended multiple. I want to say it was Cymbalta, but she said, check with your doctor and make a decision.
So when Lindsay left, it was because she wanted to leave one day early because of Cora's birthday. Is that right?
I didn't think it was. I don't think it was one day early. I think she had a 5-day stay, which at the time was my understanding was that was pretty standard. And yeah, she did want to attend Cora's birthday.
So there's no doubt, sir, in your mind that when she was discharged from McLean, that you got these, right? McLean?
Yes.
Yeah. That when she was discharged from McLean Hospital, it was not against medical advice. The doctors gave her ill health and let her go with you, right?
Right.
Or off of the McLean records.
Any objection?
No.
All right, so they may be admitted.
Now, when you go to the hospital and you get out of the hospital, they give you a bag and you've got medications and a little card and says, thank you for being here, stuff like that. Did you guys get anything from McLean at all?
I don't think so.
Did you get any recommendations other than the doctor suggesting that you might want to try Cymbalta? Did they give you a script?
I don't think so.
You know what Cymbalta was?
No.
You remember Dr. Goodhart telling Lindsay to Google it?
I think that's accurate.
Yeah. In fact, she Googled hundreds of times.
Yeah.
Medication, right?
Yeah.
So when you guys go home, and now it's January, obviously, you had the party for Cora, correct?
Yeah.
You guys had friends over, or friends that you guys knew?
Friends came to the party, which was at a place in Plymouth.
Would you agree with me that Lindsay had a number of friends from actually grammar school through high school?
Yeah, she was
college
crying,
that
yeah.
She stayed in touch with over the years?
Yeah.
And you as well?
Yep.
And they're good friends, like you still would see them? And
It was
you guys would
muted
do
for
dinner
us.
and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
Actually, one of your friends, I think it was one of your friends, it might have been one of her friends, actually named her in January or around that time frame to be godmother or take care of their child if anything bad happened to them and they were dead, right? Remember that?
My brain has been foggy for the last couple of years, but
I understand.
yeah.
Okay. In January, as time went by, do you recall that she would actually continue to take notes of her medications that she was taking, right?
That sounds like something Lindsay would do.
Kept a diary or a little log, right?
Yep.
I'm approaching you, sir, with this and asking if you can identify this. Handwriting.
Yes.
And when you say yes, and I'll put it on the little screen, what is?
Yeah, we didn't get to hear it though. They muted it and it just showed her like crying quite I don't know how to put it because it was muted, so we couldn't really hear her, but she was in quite a state. And then they went on a very long lunch break. So yeah, we didn't hear it though. Yeah, that was today. It was earlier on.
It's the dosage of medication that she took and how she's feeling.
So this is kind of like a little medical diary that she was keeping.
Yeah.
For example, here you see on that 5 milligrams Valium, 200 Seroquel, slept well, horrible thoughts in the morning, right?
Horrible thoughts, look, horrible
And
thoughts.
Did she at some point, I think the DA had asked you, I'm going to offer this, Your Honor, if I may.
Any objection?
No.
That may be admitted.
See, in her notes there, it kept saying, slept well, but horrible thoughts, slept well, horrible thoughts on the...
Thank you.
She was hysterical.
There was an occasion where she told you in the presence of her mother that she was having horrible thoughts, right?
Right.
And you told us about that yesterday. And that it was quite an emotional thing for her to do that, right?
Right.
After that time frame, you continued on. You were working in the basement, right?
Yeah.
I shouldn't say
I
basement. It was a finished place, right?
Finished basement, yeah.
And that was where you worked on a regular basis. Is that right?
Yeah.
Would that be a 40-hour week or longer?
It varied, but yeah, roughly 40 hours.
And I know it was maybe COVID, tail end of COVID, but one of the other reasons that you did that was so you could be home and help out. Is that right?
Yeah, I worked from home since 2018.
Okay.
But yeah, I built an office down there.
So you were always there.
Yeah.
Not always, but you were down there when you would work.
When I wasn't traveling, yeah, I was there.
Okay. So when would you travel? Tell us about that.
I really didn't travel actually much during COVID, just towards the end and once in November.
November of what year?
2022.
November of 2022.
But before that, I traveled extensively.
But let's look at November of 2022. November of 2022 is a month before she is telling you and her mother that she was having thoughts about hurting the children, right?
Right.
It's November of 2022, and you traveled. Where did you travel to?
New York.
And how long were you there, sir?
2 nights.
And who took care of the kids?
Lindsay.
Sorry?
Lindsay took care of the kids.
Lindsay. So for 2 days, 2 nights.
Yeah.
A month and a week.
I bet they've got
or so.
I bet they've got them
Before
medicated.
she killed the children, she was home
I bet
with the
they
kids for
That's
2 days.
just my guess.
Is that right?
Right.
Fair to say that you also had your friends that you would do brunch with on occasion, Sundays or weeknights or whenever, guys night type thing?
Yep.
And you'd be out with your friends. If she wanted to kill the kids, she certainly could have done it that time when you're out, right?
Oh, gosh.
In theory.
As opposed to sending you on a 3-minute trip to CVS and a 9-minute trip to a restaurant. You were away for 2 days in November and on a number of occasions for brunch as well as skiing, right? You're a pretty active guy.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to approach you, sir, and one of the books that was in the kitchen cabinet,
What did
I
it
believe.
say? But she didn't.
Remember?
Whatever.
This one.
I don't think so.
But is it fair to say, sir, that she had a number of books, about parenting and things like that, and this one here was pregnancy and postpartum anxiety workbook. Did she have workbooks that you were aware of, or work diagrams and things like that?
She had books of different sorts.
So you can't identify this as being in the kitchen, right?
I don't recall seeing that book. No.
That might
Yeah.
be anxiety.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, I'll withdraw that. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document. Excuse me. And ask if you can identify it.
It says postpartum depression and anxiety patient information sheet.
And if you go towards the end there, does it appear to be her writing in it?
Yeah.
Terrible to think of the life she was leading before. The active life.
All right, that may be admitted.
Yeah, understand. Now, sir, looking at this item, it's got a bunch of flowers on the front. Appears to be a notebook. So your understanding that the state police went in your house and they seized all sorts of items such as this?
Yep.
So we don't have originals that the police do, but these
Right.
are copies. Fair and accurate?
Yeah.
I'm the same. I don't want to take medication unless I
Is that
really have
the,
to.
Caption that you were referring to?
Yes.
Postpartum depression and anxiety.
Yes.
And at the end of this particular document, you would agree, sir, that it has writing? Oops.
Yeah.
And whose writing is that?
Lindsay's.
And is this like a book or notes that she would take documenting on a daily basis any effect that she had from postpartum?
It appears to be the case.
Yeah. Your Honor, I would offer the records of Dr. Jennifer Tufts, Astor Mental Health Records.
No
Oh,
objection.
all right, that may be, they may be admitted.
I'm going to have to, I think, maybe talk to the DA about this because I do have a lot of tabs and notes in this one. I know we have clean copies, right?
We have a clean copy we were planning to admit,
All right,
so that's
good.
not a problem.
Okay.
So we'll enter that and then before we can then substitute it with a clean copy.
Thank you.
John, can I see the exhibit for the? Oh. One of the things that you had identified yesterday was the document that you obtained from CVS, is that correct?
Yes.
It sets forth all of the medications that were purchased by Lindsay. by
Damn, look at them.
Prescription from the physicians that she
Look at them.
had seen during that period of time, correct?
Correct.
Diazepam.
And
Buscopan.
you indicated yesterday that the police had seized a number of pill bottles, and then you also had a number of pill bottles, is that right?
Right.
And the pill bottles that you had, do you recall, what are the circumstances that you had them in a bag in your car?
The reason I had them in a bag is because sometimes a provider would adjust medications. So, for example, I do remember Lindsay had a prescription of Ativan, and then a few days later, they wanted to increase the dosage because it wasn't effective. So what they would do is they would say, give that old prescription to your husband.
I think
he'll
they're trolling.
discard
I'll
it,
deal with it.
and then continue taking from the new prescription.
When the DA yesterday went through that there were scripts and there were pills with a 30 count, but then there's 27.
I think they were
and
trolling.
That's because she wasn't taking her medication. That's not the case. It's what you were told to do, right?
Correct. Yeah. Without that context, it paints a different picture.
Exhibit 2 would be the pills that you had turned in, I believe. Is that correct? That were in your bag, in your car?
Right.
I know you can't tell from looking at the bag.
I remember
Yeah,
it's
I blocked
Exhibit
them.
2,
We've
though.
had, I think they were just trolling.
Wednesday, January 24th, one of the troopers located 4 medication bottles, and at some point on the 26th, at about 2:30 in the afternoon, bottles were then documented by the police. When was it, if you know, that you turned these items in to the police?
I believe it was after the event. I don't remember the exact date, but I remember I told them I do have other prescriptions in my truck still, and I gave them to him.
Okay. So the police already went in with a search warrant. They already seized all the drugs that they could find in the house, in the kitchen, in the bedroom. Were there drugs in the kitchen, by the way?
Yeah.
They're all over the place, right?
Yeah.
And they seized that, right?
Yeah.
And then you, to be cooperative, told the police that you also had pills in your car, and you went to the DA's office and gave them to Attorney Sprague and the state police, right?
Right. But to be clear, those were discontinued prescriptions.
These are the ones like that she stopped.
Correct.
All right. And then you had new prescriptions, so there were new prescriptions that were prescribed to her, right?
Yes.
Now, when I met with you in the house, long after the state police had gone and finished their search, you recall that we went up to the bedroom and I removed this from the nightstand right next to the bed.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that is? What is this? Is it a drawer, obviously?
That's the drawer that goes into the nightstand.
And inside the drawer, sir, do you recall that there were a number of items that
Doesn't it?
Trazodone, Lindsay Clancy, prescribed on January 5, 23.
Here we go.
We had a pain. January. We had a pain. 100 milligrams.
I wouldn't want to check all them. I wouldn't want to
Lindsay
check it.
Clancy, December 21st.
Damn.
Lorazepam. They're all empty too, right?
Yeah.
Because these are what she shot down with that lemonade or water or whatever was in the cup. She ground up these pills, right?
Yeah, working out's one of the best antidepressants.
Prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, December 16th of 22. Mirtazapine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, January.
I've got my rebounder, I've got a treadmill.
Those are in this drawer, and they were all empty, right?
Right.
You observed that,
30
right?
medications.
There's something else that was in the drawer. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's her Apple Watch.
Her Apple Watch. This is the Apple Watch that apparently the police used to
How can anybody feel good on all that?
downstairs, heart rate, things of that nature, right?
Yep.
They never even seized it, did they? They left it in the drawer, right?
I've got a Bellicon now, AV. I'm finally got my dream Bellicon. I got it discounted though.
You can identify that for us.
Makes a big difference.
It's a face mask for sleeping.
To sleep?
I'd be a zombie on
Now, you
any of. Oh
mentioned
my
something,
god.
I think, about
I'm really sensitive to
pillow
medication.
spray. What is that?
She bought some pillow spray. It's
I love it.
apparently
I
helps
love
you
it.
sleep.
And did you see her using that on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, she did.
Your Honor, I would offer the drawer.
If I could just see,
Yeah.
I think you.
I think there's a watch on the side there.
I know it was
Oh.
No objection.
Okay. Do you want to put that in as one exhibit?
Sure.
Okay.
I've waited for years for a Bellicon and I finally got one.
How many Apple Watches did she have? If you
Just
know?
one.
Just one. It's the only one she had. Police never seized it, right?
Correct.
And the drugs that were in the drawer, the empty drugs and the pill bottles from January, December, 22, 23. The police never seized them, did they?
No.
I'm showing you an item, sir. It's like a little green vase. Have you ever seen that before?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
Objection. We could go to sidebar.
Yeah, can I see Council sidebar, please?
It's pretty impactful though when you show them bottles stacking up next to each other. Finally getting a bit of a breeze. Do you have aircon, Heather? I guess most people in America have aircon, don't they? She can't hear the fan on my mic. I'm over here bitching about meds and big pharma and have to give them some. Well, they have their place, don't they? They have their place. That's what I mean. My shark fan is literally nearly on top of my mic. I've got it blowing just not at it, but at the side of it. And you can't even hear it. Isn't it wild? That's how little BJ's got her set up. It's literally parallel to the mic, but facing me. 87. Well, it says it's only 70, like high 70s here, but I swear it's hotter than that. $87 nice. 94. The thing is, it depends on the heat though. Is it dry heat? Is it humid? If I could just get in the sea or a swimming pool, I'd be fine. I know I've bitched about it all day. You're probably all sick of me hearing it. My face is literally damp, like I've just sprayed it with. It's humid, yeah. Let me check. What's the humidity here at the minute? But when I went outside earlier, just like a wall of heat. I might sleep in a different part of the house tonight. This is 23 degrees, high of 27. Oh, please rain. Oh, rain expected. Oh, thank goodness. Ooh. 65% humidity and rain's
To your expected. knowledge, sir, was she advised by
Thank goodness.
nurse practitioner Tufts to keep a nighttime dump diary of all of her thoughts and write them down so that she had something that she could refer to?
Not that I'm aware of.
It's going to rain.
You ever see her writing notes in a diary or like a thing with dates on it, November 23rd, for example, things of that nature?
I knew she kept notes, but I didn't see her doing it.
I'm going to show you this document that I asked. That appears to be her handwriting.
Yeah.
And does that contain indication as to her state of mind, particular date, or dates thereafter?
Yeah.
Just take a look at the other pages to make sure that you all understand, right?
Yeah.
You want to write it off of this?
Come on.
Can I see it, please?
Yeah.
And I got it from the.
I don't like watermelon. I prefer honeydew melon.
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Page 3.
I'm going to show you another document, Sarah. It appears to be a document. Do you recognize her handwriting? That document with dates, September 29th, for example, 22.
Do you like
Yes.
honeydew melon?
Does that appear to, can you tell us what that appears to be, sir, if you know?
Looks like a schedule for Callan.
And the schedule for Callan, that would be, what, like when he's eating or sleeping or something like that?
Yeah, naps. Yeah.
So for example, where it says September 29th,
I don't like the texture of it. I prefer honeydew.
22, and then it makes reference to Callan, last fed with a time frame, and then there's a bunch of pages like that that go forward on those dates. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Put them down for a nap, 9:35 with a smiley face, things like that, right?
Or cantaloupe.
Is this typical for Lindsay that she would document
Cantaloupe or
these things
honeydew.
as a new mother?
Yeah.
Was she being controlling, in your opinion, of her child and of you by doing this schedule?
No, I found it helpful.
For this, Your Honor, I don't think there's any.
Any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, that may be admitted.
One of the things, sir, that the district attorney had asked you about is the exhibits of the, I think it was the window in the bedroom. You said it was 20 feet drop to the ground.
Right.
Is that right? This is a photograph of the same one you already introduced, but
Yeah, I don't like the texture of watermelon.
So this is the photograph of the house. You can identify that, right?
Yeah, that's the living room window.
Okay. And the window
Wow,
that
Heather.
you're talking about, that's 20 feet up, would be on the very top of that picture, correct?
Correct.
They look pretty. I just don't like. I'm a weirdo.
Now, when you identified this picture, I can't see. You see that there's some kind of an orange ball, appears to be an orange ball underneath the sill
Yeah.
to the left. And it appears to be red marks or red spots, like possibly blood above it.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors what that little orange ball is?
Yeah, we had a woodpecker who would peck at the house and create holes. That's why I prepared some of the other sections too. And I took some foam and filled the hole.
I'd offer that, Your Honor, just continuity.
No
All
objection.
right, that may be admitted.
And I'd also, if I may, just the top picture, I believe is also, see where it looks like fingerprints or blood on the edge of the window on the second floor. You see that? That's from the house.
Yeah.
I used to eat a honeydew melon every day, whole one. I'd just scoop it out with a spoon,
Okay, so, okay, I'm talking about the hornet thing.
or
right
half
here.
of one a day at least.
And then.
every
this is-
day.
I see on this top here, okay. So you see on the top of this window here. It's not a very good picture. Underneath the hornet thing, you can see it, but in the exhibit, you can see there's like blood drops or blood smears there.
Yeah, I
That's
see it.
the first floor window that's directly underneath the second floor window, right?
Right.
Okay. That ought to be easy.
Any objection?
No.
They may be admitted.
Seedless grapes, cold ones,
5 and 6.
strawberries, raspberries. I probably like the other ones. Sounds nice.
I'm all set. Thank you, sir.
Commonwealth, redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Oh, I thought they were going to finish for the day. They must be due to finish for the day soon. Ugh.
Mr. Clancy, you were shown an email, and it's been marked as an exhibit that you sent to coworkers on January 24th, 2023 at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
And you were asked about it coming from the Surface Pro, but your testimony was that it could have come from your iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you watched footage earlier of yourself going into the CVS in Kingston at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you had your phone with you, correct, because you used it? And we also saw you on the 3V footage using your phone as well, correct?
Right.
So you were clearly out of the house at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Sorry, what time did you say I was at CVS?
So you walked in at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you left the house. As you were leaving the house, Lindsay sent you the text about PDLX, correct?
I don't know if I had left the house yet, but yeah.
But that was sent at 5:15 p.m., correct?
Right.
And how far away is the Kingston CVS?
3 minutes.
Okay. And so you leave the house, you get into your car, and you drive to CVS, correct?
Correct.
And so that should have taken 3 minutes, correct?
Yep.
So after the text that was sent at 5:15 p.m., that would have been sometime around 5:18 or 5:20 p.m. that you should have arrived at CVS, correct?
Right.
But you don't go in until 5:32 p.m., correct?
I don't know.
We could
I don't know what time I pulled in the parking lot.
I'm not asking what time you pulled into the parking lot, but is it fair to say that the video that you were shown earlier shows you entering the store at 5:32 p.m.?
Yes.
So from the time you should have been at the parking lot of CVS around 5:20 p.m. until 5:32 p.m., could you have been in your car sending this email on your iPhone?
Yeah, I just don't know if I pulled into the parking lot at 5:20.
But sometime after the text was sent from Lindsay about PDLX, but before 5:32 p.m., you were in your car.
Correct. Okay. Yes.
Now, you were asked about my questions to you about going to Boston, and my questions to you were about December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
Because your anniversary is December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Right.
So Dawson was taken to the doctors on December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And on December 3rd, did you have plans? Not that they were followed through, but did you have plans to go to Boston that day?
Yeah, so I can provide some clarification on that.
Sure.
So yeah, on Monday I was a little bit confused by it because we were home. But yeah, I think there was a plan prior to that, like an anniversary plan to go to Boston, but it was canceled.
Okay.
And the picture you showed was from September.
So the plans that you had to go to Boston, showing you here. Some text messages between yourself and Lindsay. And here, there's one here that says, the spa at the Omni is booked, but you're on the wait list. As a backup, I have you booked for massage at the nearby IHG for 90 minutes at 1:45. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then you later say we can get lunch and then head over. She responds, okay. And then you write that they'll let you use the gym and the pool while she's getting her massage. Is that correct?
Right.
And then you talk about plans for lunch and dinner. And so there were the plans, they just fell through, right?
Yeah, we canceled them, yeah.
So it's not as if I made that up out of thin air. That's here in the text messages, correct?
Right, yeah. It was just confusing because we were home. But yeah, when I left, I recollected that, and then I found the picture, and the picture was from September.
And was that from the wedding you went to?
Yeah.
If we could have the text messages marked as an specific.
Any objection? All right, that may be admitted.
87. Now, in cross-examination, you said that Lindsay always took the medications exactly as instructed. But in direct, you said you weren't always with her every time she took the pills. Is that correct?
That's correct. But the understanding was that she took it as directed.
Because she told you she did?
Yeah.
And because you trusted her to do so?
Yeah.
Okay. But you can't sit here and say definitively that she took every pill exactly as instructed every single time because you didn't watch her every time, correct?
I was not standing next to her every time she took pills.
And you were asked about the Facebook search in August 23rd, 2022. And you were asked about being on the Surface Pro and looking up the country singer who had killed himself. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So I think that what you said when you were asked by defense counsel about whether or not you accidentally went to this site on methods of suicide, you said that could be likely, that might have happened. You're not sure, correct?
It's so subtle that I don't remember specifically, but I do remember listening to Tom T. Hall.
Okay. How often did you listen to him?
It was like for a week.
Okay. And so were you aware that on 8/23, August 23rd, 2022, at 9:40 a.m., someone signed into Lindsay's Facebook account on the Surface Pro?
No.
And then at 9:43 p.m. is when the Tom Hall site was accessed. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And at 9:45 a.m. is when a person not just hit a link by accident, but actually had to click on a link to go to suicide methods. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Is there any reason why you would have been going in and logging on to Lindsay's Facebook account while going on Wikipedia and looking at suicide methods all in that same 5 minutes?
I didn't log into Lindsay's Facebook ever. It's very possible that I looked at Tom Hall's Wikipedia page, but
At some point?
yeah.
Do you remember spending 3 minutes on the Methods of Suicide site, scrolling through and reading
sure did.
Methods of Suicide site for 3 minutes?
No, I don't remember something I did for 3 minutes almost 4 years ago.
Do you remember being on that site, the Methods of Suicide, and clicking on a link to a bridge in Australia that people use to commit suicide?
No.
No. So in this 5 minutes or so where someone's using the Surface Pro, using Lindsay's Facebook while doing that, and then clicking on these links you don't remember, you think it might have been you?
I have no idea.
Okay. Now, you talked about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital. You said that it was a locked ward. She had to stay there. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was a voluntary commitment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't file any legal paperwork to have her committed, correct?
Correct.
There was no court order making her stay there, correct?
Correct.
So if she wanted to leave and expressed to the doctors that she wanted to leave, and they didn't believe she was a danger to herself or others, she could leave, correct?
To be honest, I don't know.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you visited her 2 times during the time that she was there at McLean, right?
At least twice, yeah.
And you said those were in the evening hours, is that correct?
Yeah, afternoon, evening.
Afternoon and evening. So you weren't there during the morning and early afternoon hours when they were offering these group therapies and when she was meeting with other practitioners?
I wasn't there in the morning.
Okay. And were you there during the when the staff was checking on her every 15 minutes?
No, but she did tell me about that.
Okay. And were you aware that she was evaluated several times and at first she had to stay on the unit, but then eventually based on what she was telling them, she was allowed to go on the grounds with staff?
I was aware that she went on at least one walk.
Okay. And so people were seeing her and interacting with her and changing the way her stay went at McLean Hospital throughout her stay.
Yeah.
And you talked about Dr. Goodhart recommending medications What was the medication that you said that she recommended?
I thought it was Cymbalta, but I think she ended up taking amitriptyline.
So looking here at the CVS records that you provided, we see, I'm sorry. So we see here, here we go. Aaliyah Goodhart, second from the bottom.
Yep.
Trazodone, 50 milligrams.
Okay, I'll check it in a bit.
So you thought that Dr. Goodhart had just recommended medication when there was actually a prescription that was given by Dr. Goodhart, correct?
Right, but I believe, so there's another one as well, lorazepam. I believe those were prescribed while she was staying there.
And so they were filled at CVS and sent to McLean?
Possibly. I remember there was an issue where she didn't have her medications when she went to McLean, so she needed them to be brought there.
She was discharged on January 5th, correct?
Right.
Are you aware that this document from CVS says that the prescription for Trazodone 50 milligrams prescribed by Dr. Aaliyah Goodhart was filled on January 5th, 2023?
Right.
Okay. And then the other prescription by Dr. Goodhart, the lorazepam, was also 1 milligram lorazepam was also filled on January 5th, 2023, correct?
Yeah.
So that's when she was discharged, not while she was staying there, correct?
Right, that's correct.
So Dr. Goodhart did in fact prescribe medication for Lindsay, Trazodone and Ativan, and not Cymbalta, correct?
She recommended Cymbalta, but she wasn't the one who prescribed that.
And in fact, no one prescribed that, correct?
Because it ended up switching to amitriptyline.
And the amitriptyline was prescribed by Dr. Jennifer Tufts, correct?
Right.
Nothing come through yet, have we?
And
nothing there yet. It's not come through unless it's something big.
And Dr. Tufts prescribed 5 milligrams of diazepam on January 9th, 2023, correct?
Might have to double check.
And amitriptyline on January 16th. It was 10 milligrams of amitriptyline. And that was prescribed when Lindsay said she was having some issues
double check the
with
email
depression,
address.
correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she went to McLean Hospital and she was weaned off the Seroquel, correct?
Are you sending
So yeah.
And all
Hold
the
on.
medications that she had taken prior to going to McLean, she was
Are you attaching something to the email? Is it like the file too big, or is it just words?
no longer on, those were gone, correct? Once she'd been in McLean.
I don't know if it was. I'm not sure. I don't know if it was all of them.
Well, did you have conversations with your wife about what she was taking? I mean, were you aware that she was only on only prescribed Trazodone and Ativan when she left McLean, and then amitriptyline was only added on the 16th? So just those 3 medications?
Yeah, but I thought she was taking Trazodone before McLean.
Right. So she had been prescribed it before and stopped taking it, correct?
I don't remember. I'd have to look back on records.
So you're not sure about what she was taking and when, are you?
Not the exact dates, but I remember she was taking Trazodone, and I thought she was taking it before McLean.
So the best resource of what she was prescribed and when would most likely be the doctors and the CVS records then, correct?
The CVS records is a good resource.
And you talked about the pills and how these were pills that she was no longer on. So it wasn't really a good representation of what she had taken, correct?
Correct.
But she was only prescribed Zoloft once, right? At the very beginning?
Right.
And she only took 7 of those pills, correct?
Right.
So it wasn't as if she was prescribed a higher dose or a different dose of Zoloft and was still taking that. And so that 7 pills misrepresents the Zoloft she
That
took,
should go
right?
through them.
I believe she switched because, or she stopped because she was switched to Prozac.
Okay.
It's
And
come
then
through now.
even going forward, the Prozac, there weren't many pills taken out of that either,
That's come
correct?
through.
Yeah, eventually she stopped that as well.
Okay. So she'd take a few pills, she'd have some side effects, they'd switch the medication, correct?
Yes.
And so they were trying to figure out what would work for her, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then she ends up at McLean.
I had that ready to play and I've still not watched it. So thank you for the reminder. I actually saved that for myself to watch. So maybe we'll save it and we could watch it on one of the breaks, maybe tomorrow.
Because she's having
Watch it
difficulties, according to her, with the Seroquel, correct?
That was part of it, yeah.
And they wean her off of that, right?
Yep.
And then after McLean, she's only on the trazodone, the Ativan, and then on the 16th, adding in the amitriptyline, correct?
Right.
You mentioned that you went to New York in November of 2022. Defense counsel said that was a month before the children were killed, but that's actually 2 months before they were killed, correct?
It was, yeah, it was about a little more than 2 months.
And she hadn't been on the Seroquel yet, right?
I don't know exactly when she started the Seroquel.
Would December sound right?
Yeah, or end of November.
She's getting him in knots.
And so when you took your trip to New York, she was having some issues, but she was doing okay, wasn't she?
She was doing much better than she was in December.
And you also did you
good.
also take another trip with Cora in November?
Yeah, so I did the trip to New York, and as soon as I got back, went to bed, and then the next morning left with Cora.
And was that November 4th through the 7th to San Francisco?
Yeah.
And where who was taking care of Dawson and Callan while you were in San Francisco with Cora?
Lindsay.
And so during your trip to New York, and then immediately after your trip to San Francisco with Cora, were there any issues or any problems, or did anything happen while Lindsay was caring for those kids?
Nothing bad happened. She was, I would say her anxiety and depression was starting to tick up, but yeah, obviously nothing bad happened.
Okay. And it's your testimony that things started to get worse in December. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was also your testimony that after the stay at McLean, things got better, wasn't it? And she steadily progressed throughout January, getting better, right?
Definitely, yeah.
And on January 24th, 2023, you testified that that was one of her best days.
Yeah.
You were asked about the Apple Watch. The police didn't collect the Apple Watch, right? They did collect her phone, correct? You identified it earlier, right?
Correct, yeah.
And her Apple Watch was linked to her phone, was it not?
It probably was, yeah.
You were also asked about the drop from the second floor window. Were you aware that the measurement from the windowsill to the ground was actually 12 feet?
I've never measured it, but yeah, I believe what you're saying.
And looking for one of the exhibits from defense counsel. It's the, yes. Exhibit 84. This was the packet here that defense counsel was going through with you, where you said this is Lindsay writing Callan's schedule. Is that right?
Right.
But this was also Lindsay sending notes back and forth between herself and Elaine. Is that correct?
Possibly.
And there's different writing here, correct? You want to look at it?
Yeah.
For example, this first page after the cover, we have writing here that you said was Lindsay's, correct?
It looks like it, yeah.
And then down here, there's a note that's in different handwriting, correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
So were you aware that Lindsay was using this notebook to communicate back and forth with the nanny about Callan's care?
She had different notebooks. She always had a notebook that she would leave for the babysitter or for me.
And so, for example, on Tuesday, September 4th, She wrote last fed at 6 a.m. Give him a bottle whenever he wakes up. He likes it very warm. He's been resisting the bottle. If he won't drink it after 45 minutes of trying, please text me to let me know. Put down for next nap 1 hour after he wakes. Try to put down drowsy but awake. But if he cries, pick him up and rock, bounce, or hold him until asleep, then put down. He usually sleeps 45 minutes, but let him sleep as long as he wants. These are very detailed notes that Lindsay is sending to the nanny, correct?
Yeah.
And then she also wrote, if you have time, wash and cut up veggies, sweet potatoes, 1-inch cubes peeled, broccoli, small pieces, peppers, 1-inch pieces, plastic Ziploc bags to put them in. Next bottle, 2.5 hours after the first bottle, correct?
I believe what you're reading. Yeah.
So very particular about what she wanted the nanny to do, how she wanted her to do it, and when to feed Callan, when to put him down for a nap, all of those things. Very particular, correct?
Sounds like it. Yeah.
Again, Thursday, September 29th, 2022. Callan last fed at 8:45. Please put him down for a nap at 9:35. We will be home from gymnastics at 11:45. Clean clothes and dryer if you get to it. So again, very specific times for putting him down and when to get up and asking her to do additional work like laundry and things like that, correct?
Yeah.
God, he must be exhausted. This is like, whew.
Again, October 6th, 8 at 8:15, fell asleep at 8:40, changing tables now in the bathroom. If he wakes before 9:40, give him 15 minutes to settle himself back to sleep. I'm hoping he will sleep till 10:15. If he is still asleep at 10:40, wake him. Feeding at 11 a.m. First try bottle. If he doesn't take it after 15 minutes, make oatmeal. 2 tablespoons of oatmeal. Make thin with breast milk. Can heat for 5 to 10 seconds. Again, very specific directions on what she wants done and how she wants Callan cared for, correct?
Yeah.
And throughout this notebook, it's more of the same, correct? Or have you even seen that?
I haven't seen it. Yeah.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
So which nanny was that?
That would have been Elaine Rossi.
And Elaine Rossi, how long was she the nanny for you guys?
A month or two. Yeah, probably 2 months.
And then she just needed more hours and moved on, and Lindsay was home, so.
I think she preferred more hours. We couldn't really give it to her, and Lindsay was home anyways. So.
And as far as the records are concerned, it's fair to say that Lindsay, as a concerned mother, would give instructions to people that would be taking care of her infant?
Yeah, I would have done the same.
A lot of discussion about these prescriptions and scripts from the different doctors, and one of the things you referenced was that you believe that she was on trazodone, and if I suggest to you that there was a Dr. Izad Parayarara Kavon on November 16th of 22 that prescribed 50 milligrams of trazodone while she was on buspirone and fluoxetine. Does that refresh your memory that in November she was prescribed 50 grams of trazodone?
Yeah, I remember trazodone being like a part of the medication plan for a while.
And one of the things that you did, as we talked about, is you went to CVS and you got a list of all the drugs, right?
Right.
And if I suggest to you, sir, that this is just an easy reference with different colors for different doctors of exactly what the CVS provided, does that appear to be fair and accurate of the scripts that
Yeah.
provided?
Yeah.
Can I see which one that is, please? No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you.
Thanks.
Counsel, could I see you?
I imagine they're going to break for the day, aren't they? It's like 9:15 now, so 4:15 there, and he said go to about, did he say about 4:30? Alfie, my hand is not a mouse. He keeps thinking my hand's like a mouse or something. Yeah, he keeps thinking my hand's a mouse when I go to touch the mouse. or something. I don't know what he thinks it is. Don't move. He's gone for me. Not harsh, but he keeps going for my hand when I go to get the mouse. He's whacking me. Yeah. That's what I mean. When I move my hand to get the mouse, he keeps attacking it. He's laying all across the desk at the minute. Piglet's a lot more chilled,
It's been a long day
but
for
then
everyone,
she's
so we're
older.
gonna, excuse you till tomorrow morning. The hope is we'll start about 9. And kind of the same thing. We'll go to hopefully about 11, take a break at 11. We'll have a break from 1 to 2, and we'll go into the afternoon around 3 or 4. All right. So that's the thing. Remember, I'm going to ask you those questions about not talking about the case, not doing any research about it. Don't watch anything about it. You have to keep an open mind. At this point, you've heard some evidence, but you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the law that you are to apply to the evidence. So you've got to, at this point, you've got to keep struggling in a sense, keep that open mind. So I'm going to excuse you. I hope you have a nice evening. We'll come back here tomorrow morning. If I forget to tell you, tomorrow, Friday, we're still on schedule to take that view, and then we'll deal with the schedule when we come in tomorrow. But that's as best I can tell you. That's the schedule for tomorrow. So again, thank you so much for all your work on this case so far. I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Good. Go to notebooks. Please, Madam Chair, please.
All right. And so we'll be in recess on this matter till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Life got to be miserable though for her, hasn't it? Her life must be miserable. She's living a sentence already. I know someone's slamming stuff. That's them, not me. Right. I'll save that video tomorrow because I'm actually quite tired because we've done this trial and I streamed on Kick earlier. So I'll save that as like a filler for tomorrow. And then Friday's the house viewing there. She must be miserable. She must be so miserable. Right. I'll start again about 4 p.m. UK and then we can cut through the breaks. So that'll be 11 Eastern, day 3. I'll set up a stream in a minute. Thank you for everybody, the mods that have been. I know like there's not many people here, but I'm still going to stream it. I want to see it anyway. Thank you for being here, especially the mods as well. Your time, and we'll be back tomorrow. Tonight. What do you mean, AV, tonight? What do you mean, AV? Yeah, this is day 2, so day 3, obviously tomorrow. I'm going to set up a stream ready for tomorrow on here. But I'm sure more people will join us as we go through the weeks because they say it could be up to 6 to 8 weeks. 11 a.m. Eastern, yeah, tomorrow, which is 4 p.m. my time. And then we can skip the breaks. Okay, well, I'm going to say good night to you all. I'm going to sort the cats out. I'm going to get an early night. I'm really tired. It's finally cooling down, so I'm going to try and get some sleep. An early night for me. Well, Clue's live on Kicks. I'm going to go and listen to Clue, but I am going to go to bed. Make it back received. Yeah, good night, everybody. I know it's like your day's just really getting going, isn't it? But I'm going to go and I'm going to set things up tomorrow, and I'm going to have an early night. But I'll be listening to Clue for a bit. Okay. You too, and I'll see you tomorrow. Lots of love, everyone.